Hey, everybody. Yeah, I was just quickly shoving Party's food down my gullet. Happy to find out that you aren't actually alter ego of a South American dictator. But there will forever be a blank on my 2016 bingo card. Today I am going to stream for a bit. We will react to a couple videos that I found on the content request channel. Party and I have been marathoning Dark by on Netflix. So yeah, there's that in the back of my head. We just finished season 2. We're going into season 3. Fairly enjoyable, kind of inspiring on a certain level. But yeah, I don't know if anyone else here watched Dark. It's German, so you have to be ready to read the subtitles, but you can listen to an English dub if you want, but yeah. Let's see who is in here. We have the Peanut Gallery. We have Ben and Dane. Hello, boys. Of course, our lovely Maud is with us today. Hello, Epic. Wow, Epic is in here. Simp is in here. Hello, Simp. Hello, Shay. Shay has just finished family holidays. Until next month, she lives. How is everybody? So Shay is asking how everyone is. I hope everyone is doing well. Hello, Miro. Welcome in. And hello, Racken. Welcome in. And Super Ramos. Jonathan. Welcome in. Dark was made during the golden era of Netflix quality. Yeah, I really enjoy it. I've just gotten over being sick. Oh. You know, there's been a few flus and things going around. That I will say. I had Rona, I had COVID leading into Christmas, and then there was a few days where there was nothing. It was fine. And then we went out and we were with people, and people made us sick again. So Party got this head cold kind of deal, complete with a raspy voice. And I had a stomach flu, which was fun. We had the ick too. Epic is sick. Throat is burning. Still on the herb though. Okay. Well, I hope everyone can take care of themselves. There's only so much you can do, right? Like, viruses are viruses. You just gotta eat well, I suppose. There's this thing called going outside. Not very familiar with that, but I've heard that it does wonders for you. So we got a bunch of sick people here. Strummer starts coughing. What else? Before we start the videos. I just stayed in bed for a lot of my recovery, binged Free Run, and played Final Fantasy XIV. Smart. Smart, smart. Very good. Desperately trying to avoid being sick here. Well, that's fair. That's fair. It just happens to me when I go outside and I talk to someone and I shake their hand. Is anyone into New Year's resolutions? Is anyone into, or does everyone here think it's cringe? I don't do them, frankly. But there are a few things that I would like to see done by the end of this year. Does anyone have any personal plans or plans in general that they would love to share? Maybe not a resolution, but Ben is resolved to not have any resolutions. Ben has no goals for the end of this year, I'm guessing. Does anyone else here have any goals or plans? Ben wants to spend more time on his arse. Well, there we go. I think he's succeeding already. Tackle my game backlog and lose weight. Okay. Jonathan, starting us off hot. Shay wants to cosplay her room into a Belf-inspired haven. So is that like a lot of red and gold, Shay? Like what color would that involve? New Year resolutions aren't cringe, not if you mean them. I'm already ahead of mine. I've gotten a promotion for my job, and I plan to finish my short stories and edit them. Oh, wow. Epic. Congrats. On the promotion. Congrats on all that hard work you're getting done. Finish the book of the New Sun Saga. Tepios has a bit of a reading goal. That's always good. I'm told I want to turn it into a French bordello. Oh. Say less. Okay. If you go into your Belf-inspired haven room, are you going to, like, also have Belf ears? I'm getting a pension, healthcare, dental care, and some financing options. Just a soft flex. Oh, well, you know what? I'm very happy that you're able to impress upon your employers what an asset you are to them, you know? Getting a promotion or even just getting a raise is great because it makes you realize I'm doing it right. So it would be red, orange, turquoise, white marble, pink, purple, royal blue, and gold. Wow, that's a lot of color. Okay. That's a lot. But good luck, Shay. Good luck. I think the key will be to figure out what kind of... Are you going to even paint your walls? Shay, are you going to put up, like, wallpaper or something? We'll see where that goes. Shay's rehabbing her wardrobe, potentially rehabbing her room. I need to rehab my desk. I need to take my desk back from the amount of stuff that's been sitting on it. But I've been working on organizing my wardrobe better because I'm the type of person who doesn't like to think about her clothing and what she's putting on her body. So the easiest way to avoid not wearing the same thing for 3 days in a row is to make things very clear, like where are the shirts, where are the dresses, where are the skirts, where are the pants. So I'm working on optimizing my wardrobe layout so then I think even less when I choose my clothing. Ben, sometimes I'm so degen, it's crazy when it comes to myself. I need more time to sort through boxes and declutter desks, etc. Oh, Miro, you and I, let's bro fist on this one. Oh my lord. There's some things, like when I moved in, right? I just shoved boxes into my closet because I just needed them out of the way to get the big stuff figured out. And now, a year later, almost a year later, let's say 9 months later, I still have to figure out some of that shit. So, paint the walls like marble. Okay. 3 is pushing it. Yeah, bed. 3 is pushing it. You think? It can be bad. I can get really, really bad. So I have wainscoting that's currently dark brown with black rubber and some hideous old wallpaper, neither of which I did. I want to paint the wainscoting red and rub it with gold. Oh, okay. And paint the walls like marble. Okay. Send us pictures in Discord, Shay. Last night I actually managed to clean the kitchen floor. Wow. That's awesome, Miro. Congrats. But yeah. So I'm trying to fix my wardrobe layout situation, my desk, stuff like that. Yeah. I've also bought stuff to hang sheer curtains in obnoxious colors. She's turning it into a real bordello. I have 2 old desks to rehab. Okay, Shay is on, like, a mission here. She's a bookshelf to rehab. Oh, wow. Okay. So we will hopefully get a bunch of photos from Shay about her journey to the Belf bedroom. I know that certain people here are going to do spring cleaning, like adults. Yeah. What about Party? Does Party have any personal plans for this year? Anything that they want to check off? Let's see. I don't do New Year resolutions really, but I guess it'd be nice to get engaged. Coughs. Oh yeah. Party is looking to get engaged this year. We shall see if a certain someone will finally be able to plow his way over mountain and river and snow bank to proffer his ring. Miro doesn't do New Year resolutions. Yeah, I'm not a super fan of them, but I know that there's a few things I want to get done. I need to finish some games and some writing and I suppose yard work, but that's something I always do, and I always keep a clean and organized room despite my ADHD. Wow, awesome. Okay, so Epic does have a little list. Hello, Leo. The way you described it sounds like a trek to Mordor. Well, Tepios, if you live in the north of Canada right now, I'm not gonna lie, I love snow. I love seeing large banks of snow everywhere, but it's heckin' difficult to drive in. And you might think, well, you know, March, April, things might ease up. No, not necessarily. Sometimes it snows in April. So, yeah. Dane has left the chat. Knocking some games off would be nice, yes. I have lists because I'm like a fuse trying to avoid a boredom bomb, so I need to have a line of things to focus on. I'm not necessarily sure if I'm a boredom bomb epic, but I definitely get like antsy if I'm not doing something. So, yeah. I think my big thing this year is I want to write something not romance related. And figure out my next steps for certain things in life, IRL stuff I have to consider. He must brave the pass of Carrot Harass. Yeah. Partners from BC, so it's always whiplash going from Cali to it when visiting their family. Yeah, exactly, Tepios. It's like that. It's like that for Dane. So, and I'm sure he loves it. He'll say he loves it, but it still is going to be, we're going to hope for the best kind of weather to drive in. That's what we will do. The pass of Carrot Harass. That's actually really so true, Shay. So true. And it's been really weird weather. Like some places in the world where it usually would be cold, it's quite warm. And in the places where it is usually cold, some places are cold, but some places are, you know, even colder than normal or doing just weird stuff. Shay was sharing like some weird stuff going on with storms around the Great Lakes, and I was just like, that is so wild, so different. But yeah. Yeah. Shay says, don't I know it? Yeah, exactly. So we're almost at the 8 o'clock mark. I thought we would watch today something by Background NPC. I think I saw Asmongold react to her. She did a short 11-minute thing about K-pop demon hunters. So if you haven't seen that, I don't know, but we'll watch it. I've watched it, so I know what K-pop demon hunter is. Then we have this one here from somebody called Imaginarium. Stop making fantasy grounded, deconstructed, and socially relevant. So we shall see about that. And then there's Man Carrying a Thing. I don't know if we've watched this already, so someone in chat let me know if you think we've already watched this. I didn't give it a thumbs up, but I thought we could watch that too. Feeling ambitious? You know what, Ben? Fuck you. You don't know. We might be able to get through this, okay? All right. I've heard of the songs. Is epic. We'll talk about K-pop demon hunters after we watch this, but yeah. MCT goated with the sauce. Yeah, so we'll check out his AI slop thing. Have no idea what's going on with this, but we got 3 that we might, and I chose them because they're short and sweet. And then if for some bizarre reason somehow we get all 3 done within reasonable time, well, we'll see after that. We'll see. I'll be your idol. The Saja Boy one is my favorite one. Yeah. That's probably the best one in my opinion. Yeah. The boys are cute. My take on K-pop Demon Hunter is going to be extremely plebeian. FYI to chat. But yeah. Yeah, so that's what we got on the docket today. I'm not sure which one we should start with, though. Maybe we should start with K-pop Demon Hunters and then work our way down. This is 12 minutes. This is 15. Yeah, maybe we start with the shortest one and we make our way to the longest one. K-pop Demon Hunter is the new Frozen? Yeah, except for the part where, like, there's more hot men. You know? And they dance and they're kind of hot. That, you know, that part. I actually bounced off Frozen pretty hard. Yeah. K-pop is probably more popular than Frozen. I would not be surprised if K-pop was more popular than Frozen, Simp. The reason is that Frozen... I'm not saying Frozen is bad, by the way, guys. I'm not saying that Frozen is low quality. What I'm suggesting is Frozen was written for a very specific demographic of younger people. Like, maybe somewhere between 7 to 18 years old. K-pop Demon Hunter, I think the target age would be, generally speaking, females between the age of 7 and 30. No, I'm kidding. 7 and like 25. No. Maybe 12 to 25, but the actual, like, young kids will watch it and they will love it, and older people will watch it and they will love it, and boys will watch it and they will also generally enjoy it because there's fighting in it. So I think that although there is definitely a target demographic for it, because it's so fun and fresh in its own way, I think a lot of people will watch it. Lots of husbands and fathers watched it and enjoyed it. So I think it broke past its demographic because of how fresh and interesting it was. K-pop is basically Buffy. Basically, Simp, you are correct. Let's start with one we can watch without dissecting too hard first, just to ease us back into things. Shoujo age. Yeah, Ben. I think it's definitely shoujo. Did she just say Frozen is low quality? Torches and pitchforks. Oh, Herman. Herman's gonna cancel me. No, I think Frozen's good. It's just that, like, I really didn't care for it as much as... I thought K-pop was more interesting to me. There's an aspect of K-pop Demon Hunters that is more adult, if that makes sense. Frozen is not good. It is good for what it does. I think there were tons of little girls who loved it. I think it hit the market that it was intending to hit. I just feel that it was very much limited by what it was. That's all. It's mid. Y'all need to let it go. Like Shrek. Yeah. I would say K-pop and Shrek would be very similar, I guess, in the sense that it's very fresh and fun. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna watch Background NPC. So she's this chick who's gotten popular for being, I don't know, full of common sense. And I don't know if anybody has watched her stuff. Her title, once again, Disney does not want you to watch this, or does not want you watching this. Anyway, let's see where she goes with this topic. Base chick. Yeah. Oh, hello, Wooly. And also hello, Herman. I'll have you know I sing Let It Go at the top of my lungs during my drive into work. Are you letting go your sanity as you face another few months of taxes, Herman? Just asking for a friend. Yeah, it could have been good. It just missed that spice other movies have. I agree. Yeah. Let it go as Herman's therapy. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it's starting to sound like. I hate doing taxes. Yeah, see? Just let it go, Herman. Well, we shouldn't joke about that because I'm pretty sure Party is also going to start. Well, maybe she won't. Maybe she will dodge the tax crunch. But yeah, okay. All right, so we're going to start this. Let's see where she goes with this.
Time, there were 2 original animated children's movies. Stay with me here. The first movie had everything going for it on paper. Big studio budget, several well-known actors, and a premise that was supposed to be safe and marketable. The kind of film that normally gets prime advertising slots in Happy Meal toys. But during development, something went very wrong. Test audiences rejected it so completely that it failed its initial screenings by 100%. Yes, actually 100%. And when it finally slumped into theaters after lots of changes, controversy followed it like a shadow. The second movie? Well, it took a different path entirely. Smaller budget, much more accessible for families, less familiar faces, and a story that felt somehow even more niche. It was the kind of story that took universally loved themes and put an incredibly fun spin on them, but no one really expected anything crazy to come from it. Here's what's super interesting though. Neither film had much marketing. I don't think I saw a single ad for either one of them. But then something beautiful happened. Audiences fell in love with one of them regardless. We're talking millions of people sharing genuine excitement, the kind of organic momentum that you can't manufacture. One of these movies reminded me of my love for animated films and why it's my dream to be able to work on projects like this in the future. The other, it made me wonder what in the world has happened to the magic of this genre. That second movie, the one that swept me off my feet, that's K-pop Demon Hunters. And listen, I will just go ahead and confess, okay?
All right. Let's just stop right here. Did anyone here see marketing for Elio or K-pop Demon Hunters? Like, I didn't see either, but I wouldn't be surprised if the internet didn't peg me as being someone who would be interested in either of these films, right? Like, I'm sure that to Brave, I'm like a gay bro or like a very old lady. But like I don't think that the internet would necessarily bring me K-pop Demon Hunter or Elio because I don't have a kids account. I don't have children. Do you know what I'm saying? So I have like no access. Like I don't think the algorithm would stake me for it. Simp saw both. Self-reporting. Shay says no. And Ratkin says, Elio, yes. KPDM, no. Epic is retracting his messages for some reason. I've heard about K-pop after it released. What the fuck is Elio? You think the last great Disney animated film was Coco? I didn't see any marketing, says Epic. I saw Rain Perry, Paris do a rock cover of the song and then locked into. Okay. He made too many typos. I've seen billboards for both. This is the only second time live I heard the phrase K-pop Demon Hunters. All of my devices and software block ads. So Willie is like in his yeah. Okay. I think people just don't notice advertisements. I made too many typos. Okay, yeah. I really loved Up. The movie was a surprise out of left field. Yeah, Up was great. Up was also very, very powerful. I'm going to be frank. I saw neither. And what I heard of Elio was that the writing was not great. And K-pop, soon after it came out, it began to impinge on my consciousness because there were enough people in my life who have kids or who are into K-dramas and all things Korean. So, of course, they were talking about it around me. And I knew about the songs. I knew about the general look of it. I think I clicked on like a YouTube short. It was kind of fun looking. I'm going to be frank. I was not excited about the Fortnite-esque look of the art aesthetic direction. This looks like Barbie. It looks like Fortnite. It's got that, that Toy Story pixel type, whatever, the people who made Toy Story. It has that sense, that sense. And I was never super into that kind of art style. I actually liked the original, what's it called? Not Sleeping Beauty. Was it Sleeping Beauty? Yeah, Sleeping Beauty. I was into Sleeping Beauty. I liked the hand painted art and stuff like that of that era. So for me, I was like, I'll hard pass on this. Plus, it's a lot of girls. I'm really not into watching girly group films unless it's really specific and it's really funny. But then I saw The Boys and I was like, oh, they're kind of cute and hot. And then my friend was like, no, it's really good. It's written fairly well. It does what it's intending to do really well. I think you'd like it. So I watched it. I enjoyed it. It's good for what it is. Is it like S tier? Is it like going to, be up there with, Grapes of Wrath or Psycho or, Batman Begins or whatever? No. But it is doing what it's supposed to be doing extremely well. The art style for K-pop is good. When did I say it was bad, Simp? No one here, I hope, is suggesting that K-pop looks low tier for what it is. I said I don't like it. That's not the same thing as saying it's bad. And Racken says, up sucked after the intro. Party says, I don't get kids' movies ads if I do see them, so it's not that shocking for a group not to have seen it. Yeah. I would assume ads would have been for kids' apps or something. Exactly. Sleeping Beauty's peak, yeah. The elongated legs. Yes, this looks like Love Nikki. In this day and age, being good and doing what it set out to do is an achievement. Absolutely, Wooly. Okay? We need to give K-pop Demon Hunter props, right? Is it my type of film? No. Is it something I'm going to naturally click on if I see it? No. Is it for my particular demographic? Actually not. Did I enjoy it because it is good at what it does? Yes. Cal art style for Elio. Elio has a bad art style? I wouldn't know. I haven't seen it, Simp. If K-pop didn't have good music, this movie would not have become the sensation it is. I think there are two things, Jonathan, that made this film pop off. Maybe three. So the first thing, well, maybe four. I'm going to quickly list my list, and then you guys can add more if you think you know why this popped off. Number one, it's linked to K-dramas, which are super hot. Number two, it involves the spirit of romance, or a hint of it, a flavor. Now, is it an actual romance movie? No, not really. No. But there's this sense of having, number three, hot girls and guys. Number four, fresh, because it has a lot of Korean culture in it. Number 5, it is mainstream. It has the MCU humor with a lot of heart. Okay, so this is targeting a very specific modern audience. It does it very well, and it has great singing and musical moments. Now, there's some added things, I think, like, for example, the animation is good. The art style is popular. The fight scenes are very interesting. And of course, if you watch it, then you'll know that there is a meaningful message. And I will say something that I thought was really interesting is a multiplicity of female representation. So they show that not all girls are girl bosses. They're going to be girls who are just wanting to be supportive. There are girls who are shy and meek, and girls who rely on their smarts, girls who are focused on organization, girls who have attitude issues, girls who just want to be accepted for who they are. There's the 3 main girls that you see here. This dark-haired one that kind of looks like Hinata is basically Hinata. A very quiet, supportive girl who has her own intensity. Very, very traditionally feminine. This girl over here, who has more of a punk style, has an attitude issue. And this girl in the center has self-acceptance issues. So you have these 3 archetypes for females. And I think every female who watches it will have an idea, like, may feel close to one of these 3. Because they have a whole gamut. These aren't all competent women who always know what to do and have an attitude and are slapping the boys around and just are too cool for school. These are girls who like hot boys, who feel tired, who feel worried, who get upset. These feel much more fresh, much better written women than usual. Did you like the Soda Pop song? Yeah, it's okay. My favorite was the Idol. The old Disney movies were linked to the music. Is this a thing? It's a thing. When did this K-pop Demon Hunters become a thing? Have I been under a rock? Yes, Shay, you have been. Last year, yes. It was big throughout 2024 and part of 2025. In fact, let me just double check something here. I'm going to just check. Let's see here. Yeah. The Soda Pop was one of the top most played was the top one of the Soda Pop Golden were some of the most top played songs for 2025 in YouTube. Yeah. Where is it? Trying to find. Soda Pop. Soda Pop. Yeah, 590 million views for Soda Pop. 590 million views. Now, not as much as Lady Gaga. I think Lady Gaga got way more because she returned after a hiatus. But yeah, Soda Pop, for example, is massive. Very massive. And that's in 2025, by the way. I'm not even checking 2024. The representation of men is also sort of good. Also sort of. Really? It's very good. It is good for what it's doing. Once again, I bounced off of the art style. I'm not super into this style of modeling for characters, but the girls are cute. The guys are cute. And yeah, very, very, very popular. So I think there are a whole, and one of the things that has been missing, I think personally, is hot guys and girls. Now you might think, wow, is this an Asmund take? It's not quite. What I mean to say is that girls like fantasy. They like to be one of these three, right? And the fact that you can have hot boys with them, even though I personally think the story takes it to a much more meaningful place, it still has all of the ingredients that a normal girl will want to see in a film. And right now, Disney is giving us small kids that are, whether or not they're gay. I mean, why would you do that with a child? Children should probably not be encouraged to think about those things before a certain age, in my very old-fashioned opinion. But sexualization of children is a common thing these days, I think. So that's probably a hit and a miss for a lot of parents who are now concerned about online stuff. And then you got, other political issues going on right now. I think a lot of people are very much aware of underage exploitation, like the exploitation of minors. So I think right now at this stage, whether or not you're trying to say something positive, I don't think I would take a tack of trying to link a child to something like asexuality at this stage. I think that's just shooting yourself in the foot. Whereas these girls are older, they're more mature, and so this means that young girls can look up to them and see young women who respect themselves and are also open to romance. They're not closed off and giving some like I don't need no man vibe. But at the same time, these girls do have self-respect and are thinking about how they should react in terms of these hot boys that they are meeting. So I think it's actually a very positive film in that regard, in terms of social behavior, social messaging for young girls. It's actually quite a positive film overall, I think.
Okay, I absolutely had no idea what this movie was about. As a very casual K-pop listener, the very first thing I ever saw in reference to this movie was a cosplay. Then I saw another, then another. So I finally sat down to check it out. And now, 3 viewings later, my social media algorithm is completely broken and I'm watching fan compilation videos at 2 a.m. No regrets. But here's the thing that hit me while I was in this completely unexpected spiral. I hadn't felt this way about an animated movie in years. I was sitting there smiling at my screen, humming along to the incredibly catchy songs, and then being genuinely invested in these characters in a way that felt so natural and effortless. So let me tell you why this movie completely won me over, because honestly, it understands something that I think we've just forgotten across the board in storytelling, especially when it comes to animation. First of all, the animation itself. All of the lead characters are absolutely beautiful while being exaggerated, unique, and fun. Big expressive eyes, hair that moves like it has its own personality, magical girl action sequences that are over the top. They're allowed to be so feminine, silly, dramatic, strong, powerful, and cute all at the same time. And the exaggeration adds to their likability instead of taking away from it. The character design philosophy is a breath of fresh air. Rumi, our female lead, isn't strong in that hollow girl boss way we've gotten so used to. Sometimes she's shy, other times she's naturally funny, vulnerable, emotional, flirty, nurturing. She feels like a real girl who just happens to be dealing with supernatural stuff. And the romance, yes, romance, is genuinely cute. Remember when the Disney princess was just allowed to fall in love with the prince? Yeah, it's been almost 12 years since we've seen that, and even then it was very much a subplot. But both the male and the female lead of this movie get moments of just really simple, sweet, genuine interactions with each other. Genu, the guy, is literally designed to be handsome, charismatic, and strong-willed without it being problematic. He's not the joke, and his intelligence isn't dumbed down. He's just as strong and complex as Rumi, and their characters work together so seamlessly. But here's what's really cool. When you look at the overarching themes of this movie, it brings you back to the basics. An objective good versus objective evil. Heroes who sacrifice for something greater, not just a story about finding yourself, redemption, and overcoming deep-rooted shame. All of this is wrapped up in a story about friendship and music that defeats demons. Music that's actually dominating streaming charts in real life and has already broken records. And the movie never stops to explain why you should care about any of this. It just shows you this beautiful world, lovable characters, and trusts you to buy in completely. Something else that struck me: this movie clearly respects its source material and its audience. It takes Korean storytelling traditions, K-pop culture, including its adoring fans, the universal themes I mentioned before, and magical elements, and treats them all with such genuine love and care. The end result of all of this? An incredible fandom literally forming overnight. I've seen people of all ages fall in love with these characters, cosplays getting millions of views, makeup tutorials, hair tutorials, real-life K-pop boy and girl bands have been recreating dances from the movie, and the internet is just eating it up. Because here's the thing, this feeling I had watching K-pop Demon Hunters, I used to have it all the time with most Disney movies. And I think that's what has made this experience feel so special and also kind of bittersweet. Just like my experience with Nintendo, although I definitely have not had a soft spot for Disney in quite a while. But again, I was a 90s baby who grew up on Disney movies. And for many years after that, I fully believed in their magic. There was even a period in my life when I would genuinely say, Pixar doesn't miss, and mean it with my whole heart. There was this stretch in the 90s through like 2010 where Disney movies just trusted their own formula. You know, Aladdin didn't need to pause a whole new world to discuss power dynamics. It just showed us two people discovering wonder together. Belle got excited about books and learning without making a statement about empowerment. Hercules was incredibly strong and heroic without feeling guilty about it. And Rapunzel could dream about floating lanterns without anyone questioning if her goals were big enough. The point is, these characters were extremely memorable, and so many of them taught and showed us important lessons. But here's the key. None of it was forced on the viewer, and they were genuinely fun to watch, like you wanted to hang out with them, you wanted to be them. And for me, I started seeing this shift after the success of Frozen. Disney started second-guessing everything that made them special. Princess love stories suddenly needed to be deconstructed or just removed entirely. Beauty became something to apologize for. Wonder became something that needed to be grounded in modern reality instead of just enjoyed. And that's what makes K-pop Demon Hunters feel so refreshing. It's not trying to deconstruct anything. It's not apologizing for being magical, beautiful, romantic, or fun. It just is those things, and it not only allows but encourages the viewer to really enjoy them. So what happened? How did we go from the old Disney magic to, well, what they're doing now? We see
I still think there is very much a story about self-empowerment, but it's healthier, I think, in K-pop Demon Hunters than, for example, Rey. Rey is a blob on the screen. We don't see what she sucks at. We don't see what she fears. We don't see what she's missing. We don't see a flaw at all. Nothing. So there are a lot of female characters, I think, who were poorly written. They have nothing going for them. So when we're taken on a journey with them, it feels like a self-gratifying, entitled mess of a plot because the character is actually not going anywhere. They're just getting more powerful. And a lot of men and women, I imagine, have no understanding of what that actually is like, because most of us have a flaw. Most of us have fears. Most of us have desires and wants. And most of us feel like we're not enough. And having just a character flounce around and just get given things and then just be amazing at it, it's hard. It's very hard. That being said, I think sometimes there is a magic to having an archetypal character where you have a character who's not actually psychologically necessarily full, but is undergoing a journey, if you will, that you can just plug yourself into them with all of your, it's kind of like a template, sort of. And I think some of those stories can work where you don't have necessarily a full psychology in play, but because it's following almost like fairy tale tropes and things like that with very aesthetic kind of sense of the film, I think you can still create something meaningful without having this psychological realism that some of the better films might have. So I've never seen Tangled. I think I only saw it once. Not doing romance probably cost Disney billions. Yeah. I think they're trying to change that now, but like whoever told them women and girls don't like romance are dumb. Yeah, I don't know. I blame Cal Arts. Interesting. Simp, do you think there's like a video out there that talks about Cal Arts? The audience, especially me, got jaded. Disney had a bit of a monopoly, if you think about it. It's not only that we're adults, we've seen Disney age and panic into being something else to try and stay relevant. And so then everyone got jaded. Yeah. Basically epic. Honestly, guys, if you want to have a feel-good film like Disney, if you're like, man, I want to watch a Disney film, but I don't want to watch one of the oldie goldies, I recommend K-Pop Demon Hunter. I really do. It's not a pure romance. That's all I'm going to say about it, because there's other stuff that happens that actually bummed me out. I'm going to be frank. I went in because I wanted to see hot boys. I got hot boys. I wanted more hot boys and less girls, but that does not mean that K-pop is a failure. It just means like, the art equivalent of what you see in English class. Yeah. Well, I just think that there's a couple of things that happened. When was Frozen released? Does anyone remember? When did Frozen come out? So Frozen came out in 2013. And then what came after Frozen? Does anyone know? Let's see. I'm going to look at Wikipedia. So we have here Tales from Earthsea. Oh, that was the Studio Ghibli that crashed and burned. Tangled was in 2010. Romeo and Juliet, 2011. Okay. Warhorse. Okay, that was Disney. Interesting. Wreck-It Ralph. Fifth Estate, Thor: The Dark World. Frozen was in 2013. The Pirate Fairy. Okay, Muppets Most Wanted. All right. Oh, Maleficent. Okay, so that came out in 2014. Which one is this one? The live action Cinderella came out in 2015. That was good. The live action Cinderella was actually solid. Inside Out, 2015. I didn't like Inside Out. I think Inside Out, for me, Inside Out was when I realized something was happening in Disney. For me, it was 2015. Zootopia, I remember kind of liking that one. I only watched it once, though. Moana. Coco. That's the Mexican one. I never saw Coco. Oh, A Wrinkle in Time. That was when, was it Brie Larson said that this film is not for you old white men people? That was a mistake. Oh, Christopher Robin with Ewan McGregor is actually solid. That was a solid one. Really good. They did Tolkien under Fox Searchlight Pictures, which I guess is linked to Fox, hence why they did the Tolkien one. Don't know how that was, but I feel like this list, 2010 to 2019, I think it goes up and down, right? Like, I don't think you would say, oh, this is the decade where they went down the shitter. I don't think that that's the decade that they went down the shitter. Probably this 2020 onward, I think, is when things really went downhill. Free Guy. See, Free Guy, for me, this is the Ryan Reynolds NPC one, right? Yep. Okay, so Free Guy, for example, for me, had messaging in it. It was not great. Yeah. Cruella, cringe. Some of these, like Mulan, cringe. Call of the Wild. I kind of want to watch that one. Not gonna lie, that's based off of the thing by Jack London. Encanto. Yeah. Cheaper by the Dozen? They did a black version of Cheaper by the Dozen? What? I mean, that's interesting. Are they all adopted? The whole point of Cheaper by the Dozen is it looks like maybe it's a multiracial family, actually. Some kids are black and some kids are white because the mom and dad are black and white. Okay. Did not know that they remade Cheaper by the Dozen. Is a blended family. Okay. So they're cheating. Zoe feels the effects of racial profiling. Wow. Okay. Well, that is a thing. But that's not what Cheaper by the Dozen is about. Do you guys know Cheaper by the Dozen? I don't know. Anyway. I don't think that a lot of people like to imagine that Walt Disney went downhill at a steep angle. I think it went downhill on a bumpy road. OG Mulan? Yeah, OG Mulan. As a kid, I don't know why Teen Titans never got another season. As an adult, I know it's because of toy sales for the show flopping, so they went with more toy-friendly shows. Disney, I feel like we all know how artificial and not magical it all is. Like going to the castle, touching it, and realizing it's fake. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Now you know why Ben 10 kept on going and going. True. Moana had some good memes made from it, mostly the crustacean song and You're Welcome. I did not know that, Willie. Turning Red was probably the first movie of the modern Disney. We weren't allowed to watch anything Disney after Mulan. I was mostly over Disney by 18. Yeah, kind of the same, Shay. Kind of the same. I did enjoy Moana, though. I've not seen the second one. I don't really plan to either. Okay. A lot of studios are on panic mode. Yeah, we can all ask questions about why Disney did what they did. Like, why did they stop doing romance? Why did they start inserting weird messaging? Why is the writing going downhill? But I really think it comes down to writers not being well educated, people watching shit, creating shit type of situation, like a ugly cycle. Also, I think you have a lot of suits at the top chasing trends. So they think, oh, this is trending. Let's put it in the film when it's not organic to that film. I wouldn't be surprised as well if we found out that the writing rooms or like the brainstorming sessions in the vision stage, things are absolutely fucked. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it came out that some stories undergo multiple revisions to the point where it's like cannibalized. The stories end up feeling hollow because they were worked over too much. You know, Netflix buying Warner Brothers is major. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens from it. I like some Netflix stuff, so I'm not going to shit on Netflix entirely. We'll see what happens. They'll love the J.K. Rowling money, though. Kind of makes sense, actually, if you think about it, since Netflix is the one putting out the Harry Potter TV show. The reboot. So, yeah. All right, so let's see what background NPC thinks where Disney went wrong. Let's see if she gives any solid ideas.
The industry give reasons of, well, audiences are too picky now. People just don't care about original IP anymore. The theater is too expensive. And while I'm not denying that some of those things can contribute, the industry and its...
Okay, so blaming the audience, never a good call in my opinion. I didn't know that they were blaming the audience for Elio. Oh. Oh. Literally saying audiences are too nitpicky. Okay. And then, you know, in the romance section corner, we have Willow calling female readers stupid. You know, nitpicky and stupid, possible overlap there. Or, hear me out, you wrote a boring story that no one gave a crap about. Right? Like someone maybe just looked at the Elio poster and was like, nah. And also, like, if it's expensive to go to the theater, do you think people would go if it was cheaper? And maybe they would. Maybe if the movie was only $3, they'd be willing to burn like $3 a pop to go see something that is like a C-tier film. But you're not going to get people to pay for a C-tier film for like $12 or whatever. So I think it's really silly to expect people to show up for something when it's expensive. If it's already getting to be so expensive, maybe it's time for you to up your game. But are people actually nitpicky? Are we going to go with that? Okay. All right. Blame the audience. Don't blame film executives. Blame the audience. Wow. Okay.
Critics continue to disregard the big elephant in the room. For years now, mainstream entertainment has become more about correcting and grounding the audience instead of just entertaining them. Writers are more interested in cramming in a modern ideology they find important, often accompanied by bad or lazy writing, rather than just...
Okay, wait 1 second.
Okay, come and get me. You okay? I'm trying to get abducted by aliens.
Elio!
Skipping school?
I don't know if this is boundary testing or sleep regression or... Which one of these is you?
I don't know, but I think that one is you.
My son, are you prepared to become the greatest war machine in the universe?
I don't know.
Your life isn't up there, Elio. You need to make friends.
I just want to belong somewhere. So if any aliens are listening, please come and get me. Okay, bye. I love you. It's really happening.
We search the universe
For the dreamers and stargazers
like you.
This is awesome!
Are you gonna eat me?
What? Ew. Oh, no. My name's Elio. Well, what's your name? No one's ever asked me my name before. I'm Glorden. Back home, I didn't fit in.
I thought Earth was the problem, but what if it's me?
Well, I like you, and you seem fine to me. I never had a friend before.
Me neither.
Up top.
I am Grygon, prepared to be conquered.
But I just got here.
Perhaps one of us could talk to Lord Grant.
I think I know the problem. I disagree with Simp. It's not the art. I don't think it's the art at all. You plop a 7-year-old in front of this, they're not going to tell the difference between K-pop Demon Hunter and this. There's a problem with this. It's too young. Is anyone else getting that feeling? Like, it's really young. Okay, look at this. They have a main male character. Awesome. Nice to see. Main male character. Problem? If you're trying to go for like an 8 to 18-year-old audience, this is not going to be it. This is more written for, and even the color and the music and the main character, this is like age 4 to 9, maybe, if you have a softy boy. How many boys between the age of 3 or 4, let's say maybe 5, let's say you take your kid to the theater, it's 5 years old. So actually we're cutting down the audience now, 5 to 9 years old. How many boys 5 to 9 are going to have the personality that's going to be interested in a story like this? Because I don't know about you, but a lot of boys that I teach between the age of 7 to 18 are way more, how can I say this, exposed to violence and gore and icky stuff. You know what I mean? So this kind of film, in my opinion, is way too soft to grab a young male audience. So then you got to ask, are the girls going to watch this? Okay, so the second spenders, or even perhaps the primary spenders for going to a theater, would be the girls who go in packs. Are the girls going to want to watch a movie about a boy who wants to be abducted by aliens? I just don't know. I don't know if maybe they should have thought, hey, what are young boys these days actually interested in? Because I can tell you that the young boys that I talked with, who are between the ages of 7 and 12, are watching Squid Game. Okay? They're watching Squid Game. They're dressing up as the people from Squid Game for their Halloween costumes. They are interested in power, violence, gore, and if you have a young boy who is more sensitive, it's probably because the mom has sheltered that child. Not your average boy on the block is really, really, really much more exposed to much older material. This is not appropriate for most boys. Now, you got some boys who have helicopter parents, or their mama's boys. They're tied to their moms apron strings and their mom is breathing down their neck over what they can see. And that's a different situation altogether. They might go to see Elio. They might actually have fun. And I personally don't think it's the art style that's going to put them off. I think it's the content. My 11-year-old nephew is watching Dexter or Jujutsu Cut. This is, yeah. At 7, I played Mortal Kombat. I'm telling you, this is not doing anything for a boy. And is a little girl going to go and see this? I think not. So Elio, I think, was a bad vision from the beginning. So I think that's why Elio flopped.
The audience instead of just entertaining them. Writers are more interested in cramming in a modern ideology they find important, often accompanied by bad or lazy writing, rather than just telling a great story and making us care about characters organically. And you know what's interesting? The box office doesn't lie. We have financial proof of what's working and what isn't. Take the Snow White remake as the perfect example. They took a story about finding beauty in unexpected places and apologized for all of it. The lead actress publicly criticized the original. They used CGI dwarves, okay, heavily removed the romance and made sure to supplement with all the girl boss messaging. They lost $115 million just to make something that took everything people loved about the original and stomp all over it. Or what about the movie Wish? Their big 100-year...
The actress coming out and misrepresenting Snow White is, that was not good. I think I think if the actresses had kept their mouths shut, I don't think Gal Gadot was the worst one. I think Ziegler was a large part of the problem. And then putting in the social messaging. Once again, I don't think women and young female viewers are averse to light social messaging. They're okay with that. But if the romance is downplayed too much, then that can be a problem. Like, why would they be there? I remember Party watched it. Party said it's not as bad as some people made it out to be, but it's just meh. And it gets to a point. It gets to a point where, how can I say this? It gets to a point where, if things are expensive to go to and you don't give people what they want, they won't pay for it. Why would they pay for overpriced stuff? Women know what they want, okay? Men know what they want. They're being told what they want is not what they want. And so until they start voting with their wallets, I don't think there's going to be... I think that there's going to be a lot of hit and misses in the theater. Now, I do think that some people misrepresented Snow White and they wrote Snow White poorly. There's a way to have done Snow White where people could not have the stalker problem. There's a way to write it so that it's both romantic and has all of the original beats. But the writers were so hung up on trying to make a point about something that I think it just kind of felt flat, right? It felt flat. Ben says Gal Gadot can't really act. She's just hot. I don't know. Gal tried to distance herself from the other actress, if I recall correctly. I saw this one interview with the two women, and yeah, I imagine what it would be like behind scene with those two. Zootopia has a really good artist working on it. Yeah, I just don't think it's just about the art. The audience is there to give money for movies they want to watch. They won't give you money for things they don't want. Exactly, Jonathan. She had some abysmal line reads. Where are the acting directors and the directors telling people, hey, this isn't good enough? The movie was a flop because of the lead actor being an HR disaster. Yeah, I think people went hard on the film, extra hard, maybe unnecessarily hard, because Ziegler acted like an ass. I also think that if the actor can't resonate with the original character, they shouldn't be playing it. Agreed. But yes, no, we're talking about Disney, Foxy. So yeah, I just think actors need to keep their mouths shut so that they don't torpedo the film that they are in. If you can't say anything positive, don't say anything at all. Just say, I'm happy to be here. Fans, please enjoy. And then go on your merry way and get your money, please. And do I think some criticism of Snow White is unmerited? Probably. There's probably some people out there over being overly critical for clicks or for the humor of it.
Celebration movie. It lost them $130 million. This was supposed to be their triumphant moment, and instead it became something completely forgettable. Strange World lost over $100 million due to a whole mix of things, including forced, heavy-handed messaging, and Pixar's latest movie, Elio, is essentially following down the same path. To be completely honest, at this point, I'm pretty done with Disney, Pixar, and just Hollywood in general, because on top of all the low quality stories, forced messaging, and modernized regurgitations, so many studios have stopped respecting their old formulas and source material entirely. Whether it's classic fairy tales, books, beloved games, or even their own previously successful properties, there's almost this contempt for the original. This attitude of, we know better, and we keep seeing it in the live action remakes and unnecessary sequels. They keep taking old things that worked and making them worse. But even though it's technically part of these industries, I still have hope for original animation being created at least somewhat outside the main machine. Because it's not just K-pop Demon Hunters. Sony also figured it out with movies like Spider-Verse and Wish Dragon, which actually was written and directed by one of the same people behind Demon Hunters. Even more mature animation like Arcane saw huge success, even though unfortunately for Riot, it still wasn't enough for more people to join League of Legends. And then even more niche films like Flow and The Boy and the Heron. Yes, it's anime, but they prove that unique, thoughtful storytelling still works. Other anime like Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen, Frieren, they're breaking records because they prioritize making you care about characters first. And they expose the fact that so many studios have forgotten this critical thing. Movies, shows, and games are inherently supposed to be entertaining. When you respect your audience and create with them in mind, they will show up. Clearly, they'll buy tickets, they'll create fan art, they'll cosplay, they'll watch movies 3 times and post a video talking about it. And all of this brings me to why I think we might be witnessing something pretty important here. K-pop Demon Hunters is not a fluke. It's proof that original IP success is still possible when you offer high-quality storytelling and escape, instead of cramming it full of poorly executed modern ideologies, complete disrespect for source material, or past successes that audiences love. Or just plain bad, low quality, or lazy writing. When creators remember that entertainment, beauty, wonder, love aren't dirty words, when they trust their audiences to be smart enough to find meaning in well-told stories, when they celebrate traditional values and relationships instead of apologizing for them, that's when magic happens. This movie reminded me how much I missed just enjoying something. Characters who actually liked each other, characters who fought for things outside of something self-serving, and beautiful, attractive designs meant for the spotlight and celebration instead of modernization and punishment. Success looks like stories that allow you to escape real life and make you feel something real. When characters are likable and relatable, when the story is genuinely entertaining, when you trust your audience to have fun, that's when people beg for sequels. That's when you know you've created something that matters. Thank you so much for making it to the end of this video, and I'd love to hear from you. Are you a watcher of animation or anime? If so, please drop some of your favorites from late. I would love to check them out. Thanks again for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.
Very lovely. I think she made a great point about writers not trusting their audiences to get the point. There is this elitist white tower thing where it's like people won't understand. And I'm going to be honest. Okay. A Handmaid's Tale and Game of Thrones. These are two super hot TV shows that were trying to say something marginally meaningful about humanity or society. And George R. R. Martin clearly has his own little philosophical axe to grind in his corner. But a lot of people, when they watched Game of Thrones or when they watched a Handmaid's Tale TV show, they weren't coming away with the deep meaning. And then we have certain people like Sin Lin Yuan or whatever her name, Lin Yuan. Anyway, the person who wrote Alchemized, taking Harry Potter, taking Handmaid's Tale, mashing them together for a romance. And so, of course, the obvious response that Willow is going to have is that people don't get it. Women are stupid. Readers are stupid. Consumers are stupid. And that is true. I do think that there are people out there who are genuinely have no idea, wouldn't understand a theme if it bit them in the butt, and are just not educated very well to be able to actively take in what's happening in front of them. So when they are given something deep to watch, like a Jane Austen or a let's say like Oliver Twist or Les Mis or Tale of Two Cities, they literally can't appreciate it because it's so beyond. It's like some people unable to appreciate the story of Final Fantasy XIV. There are some gamers out there who literally don't know how to appreciate it. They can't click through the dialogue boxes and make their eyes do some reading. And I think those people do exist, but I don't think they are the majority. I think a majority of people take what they want out of it. And so it's not that people are stupid, it's that they have determined for themselves what they took from it and what they thought was important. And so you have a lot of girls, for example, romanticizing certain dynamics in A Handmaid's Tale. It's not because those girls are stupid, per se. It's because they want something else from it. They found something else in it, and they are going to mine that for their own entertainment. And so for certain people to come out and say, oh, consumers are stupid, sometimes they are not getting it. But I think also sometimes they simply did get it and they refuse to accept what you offered, and they're making their own meaning out of it. They're busy telling people their pronouns. No, almost about it. Modern writers look down on old stories. Yeah. I like her energy. Yeah, she has a cozy vibe. Yep. Cozy creative video about it. I think a lot of people will think if you depict X, you endorse it. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, simp. Right? And if you think about it, right? If I depict a child being abused, I endorse child abuse. Is that what we're saying, right? Oh, I depict somebody participating in polygamy. I suddenly have endorsed it, right? I think it's totally I just think that it's completely silly. We need to learn to diverse entertainment and art from reality to a certain degree, right? There are some creeps out there like Marquis de Sade who wrote something and that is a window into their soul, and their soul is evil. But there are lots and lots of people who write about terrible things happening. They're not endorsing it. And we need to stop losing the plot here. We need to let writers take risks. And if they want to write for boys, they're going to have to get out the gore and the horror, the Five Nights at Freddy, the Fortnite, the Roblox, the Minecraft, the zombies. They're going to have to get out the Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, all of those, Tokyo Ghoul, all of these things that lots of young boys are reading. That's what they should be making if they want to get a young boy audience. And the parents are going to be horrified. And maybe they should be. That's up for the parents to determine. But if they want to make money from younger boys, I think Elio is not the answer. So then who is Elio for? The Elio is for nobody, really, except for like the odd, sensitive boy or the odd, quirky girl. And I'm not trying to say that the odd, sensitive boy or the odd, quirky girl are wrong and they shouldn't have things made for them. It's just that if you're here to make money, this is not where you're going to make it, unfortunately. People like Background NPC. If you liked Background NPC, you can click on this link, visit her, and subscribe to her. She's been making it big. I think she's pretty soft-spoken. She's mentioned a couple things. She didn't just harp on about the ideologies. She did mention lazy writing. I'd like to talk more about lazy writing. I think lazy writing is another problem. I do think that writers at the visionary stage are maybe being shafted by the suits, but also maybe they themselves are getting shafted. They're shafting themselves because they don't know how to handle an interesting story. That's the problem. We're so focused on making entertainment that's safe, so we don't want to offend that one random sensitive person. Yeah. And then you get enough random sensitive people online with a big megaphone, Foxy, and then it makes it feel like, oh my gosh, you know? I think a lot of people think romantasy readers or people who like stuff aimed at girls are stupid. Yeah, I agree. Simp, and this is where I'm saying there is an underlying sexism toward women that is perpetuated by a certain group of out of control. Okay, please, everyone, listen to how I'm saying this. I'm saying that certain out of control ideologues who usually are from a feminist persuasion are currently trying to shame women into not wanting to get married and have children. Now, are there men who are also shaming women? Yes, but for different reasons, right? So are men shaming women? Absolutely. That's a problem. We can talk about that problem. But what's more interesting to me as a woman is when I see other women shitting on women, saying, oh, you can't like this, you can't enjoy this, you're letting us down, you're carrying water for the conservatives or whatever. And I just think that that's not the kind of conversation we should be having when it comes to entertainment. We can ask things like, is it legal? Is it healthy? Is it going to get kids eating Tide Pods? Those kinds of things, like maybe we can ask ourselves a few questions about that. But overall, I think if it's too safe, then it loses its bite. And then certain people, especially boys, won't want to show up for it. Very interesting. Disney does not want you watching this. I would have done a bit of a better title for this. I think I would say Disney does not want you watching K-pop or this video that she's talking. I'm not sure. But yeah, lazy writing. I do think that's a big problem though. I do think there's a lot of lazy writing. Oh, let's make this woman really strong and she has an attitude. Yeah, this is going to be an instant win. Well, not really. Not really. If she's not actually fighting with anything, and if it's disrespecting the canon, and if you're ham-fisting weird sentences into her mouth to make a point, you're not gonna make any money. It's just going to be really, really unfortunate. It's going to be really bad. And I do think as well, where's my paint thing? Here we go. We have this circle here, sort of. And we have this circle here. I think I've talked to you guys about this before. Then I'm going to make it nice and big here. On this side here, we have entertainment. And on this side here, we have art. And so this is linked to meaningful. And this is linked to fun. And I think there's some people who are so wrapped up in making something meaningful that they have forgotten that they're trying to make money and they should just be really fun. So this is where I think, of course, if you can hit this middle ground here, if you can hit this middle ground right here in the middle where you are making something that's fun, that's also meaningful, like that's great. Good on you. But let's be real, we aren't even getting really fun stuff, right? It's really hard to sometimes find that fun stuff these days. So we have shitty quality art, air quote art, and then we have shitty quality entertainment. At least in the early 2000s, our entertainment was fun, even if the art was going down the tubes. So this is a new chat NFT. Save. Art versus entertainment. NFT. Yeah. Okay. Wow. We got through one video. So proud of myself. Pat, pat, pat. Now we're going to go to the next one, which is only tangentially related, which is AI slop and the epidemic of bad writing. This is by Man Carrying Thing. Who recommended this? I forget. Did we already watch this? I also can't remember. Leo recommended this. Leo, do you remember if we watched this or not? I have no memory. When is the Kurokumo coin rug pull? Psych, Wooly. I'm not even a girl. No, I'm kidding. I think we watched it. I'm actually not sure if we watched this or not. I have no memory of this. Does anyone remember? I didn't give it a thumbs up. Foxy says, I knew it. I don't remember, says Leo. You know what? Let's start watching it, and if we feel like we've seen it before, we can always stop it. Women can't be this relatable. This is a joke. Okay. All right, so let's get into AI slop. So I was talking about this with Simp. I don't know if any of you keep tabs on the book and writing chat, but recently I've been trying to finish this one prototype game for a point and click, and I ran into trouble with using a certain inventory approach. So out of extreme desperation after checking online, I went to AI. I went to Claude specifically. And I used Claude to troubleshoot my programming, the code that I had written. And I did so with great trepidation because Claude has actually ruined 2 versions of another game, 2 to 3 versions of another game. If you don't know how to handle the AI well, your AI helper will absolutely end up screwing over everything. So you really have to know, and you really have to be able to handle the AI well. And then you should have a baseline understanding of coding, because otherwise you're going to get effed. If there's any weird little different detail, the AI is going to screw you over. So in my case, I ended up spending around an hour and a half for a single script on this inventory, and all the good ideas came from me. and I simply asked the AI to help me write the code, and then I would check it. But the AI, at no point was the AI actually helpful in pointing out anything specific. I had to arrive at it on my own. And I got extremely annoyed because every time I was like, is it this? Maybe it's this. The AI would be like, absolutely, yes, this is what it could be. And here's the answer for that. And it would not be the answer. And so I came to the conclusion that if you go into something with the help of AI and you have less than a baseline of skill in that area, you're going to be very easily led astray. And I think the same thing is said for writing. I think there are a lot of people who think they know how to write. They don't know how to write. They don't even know how to read properly, like actively read as a literature analyst. So they can't even analyze what is good writing versus what is bad writing. And then they can't even write. And then they go to AI, and AI spits out something that looks pretty good to them, and they think, oh yeah, this works. And it actually doesn't. It doesn't work. Really. It's fine, as in, like, it's like a D tier of writing, a C tier. It's not as bad as a certain book I shall not mention, but it may not be, riddled with grammatical errors. It may be free of grammatical and spelling errors. But it will be soulless, and it will just, it's, what are we doing? So my feeling about AI is that if you have some experience writing under your belt successfully and you went to an AI for help, I think you would be better positioned to leverage AI for certain kinds of feedback. But if you have no idea what you're doing and you go into AI and get help with AI, it's going to be bad. I would say just don't even do it at all. Give up on your dream. Go back to your day job. Work at McDonald's. Just stop it. I vaguely remember enjoying this video, but I don't think you reacted to it. Okay. Claude as a rubber duck. You're kind of correct. Which is the LLM you are using for coding? Claude. I'm using Claude. This here. This is Claude. So you can see here, I did these two. I actually had to do 2 conversations. Try Gemini. It has a more robust base for coding. Yeah, I could test it with the same stuff that I did, but remember as well, Ekineko, who might be Tab, I am not using AI properly, right? Remember, we're not talking about an AI engineer who knows how to use AI prompts. We're talking about a normal person with suboptimal writing skills going to an AI for help, right? So that's another thing, right? There's two angles of this problem that I would say exists. So if I was going to look at the 2 angles of the problem, and we're going to put a huge black hole. Where is it? Let's put a huge black hole. This is called the black hole of shit. We're going to call this the black hole of shit. Of shit. And then there's 2 things that input into the shit. There is, where is it? Here. So the first trickle that goes into this black hole of shit is people with no writing education. I'm not even saying skill. I'm not even saying skill. And then over here, people who don't know how to use AI well. By the way, I am over here. Sad to say, I don't know how to use AI very well. So we have these two. We have these two problems. And this is the black hole of shitty AI writers. Not to be confused with shitty human writers also existing. But this is what we're talking about here. I hope this makes sense. So if you don't have black hole of shit NFT. So if you don't have education and if you don't know how to use an AI well, you're kind of fucked, I think. Yeah. Can you let me see your prompt conversation? Oh yeah, sure, Tab. I'll screenshot it next time. I'm just in the black hole in the middle. You're better than that, party. Come on now. Okay, let's listen.
Tweeted something that kind of altered my brain. It led, unsurprisingly, to a very heated debate about AI. Here is that tweet. The first 3 paragraphs of a ChatGPT review of the Rachel Papers by Martin Amis. Quite amazing. I think you could submit writing of this standard to a magazine and get published. Took 3 seconds. This feels like the setup to a joke, because when you actually read the ChatGPT review, it doesn't take long to A, tell that it's AI, B, realize it sucks, and C, learn almost nothing about its topic. In the replies, James Marriott backpedals a little bit when everyone pretty much unanimously says that it's hot garbage. Yo, this is a great example of what a bad writer's idea of good writing looks like. I don't think it's good writing, I'm just amazed at what ChatGPT has become capable of. It's much better than when I last tried it a few months ago. You just said, I think you could submit writing of this standard to a magazine and get published. You absolutely thought it was good writing. I don't think getting published in a magazine is necessarily the benchmark of good writing. And what's your point? Because it's not even close to bad writing that you'd see in a magazine. No one would print that without heavy editing. It doesn't even make sense. There are some people who seem to share James's amazement, though. It's the end game for creatives, so utterly depressing. What do we do instead? Yes, I feel very sad about it.
Oh my lord. Okay, let's just go back here. Let's see if we can see this review. Oh my lord. Okay, so if we take a little look at this, you can see that there is no, like if I was going to compare this to a certain book that I shall not name, this is absolutely written better in terms of it's not riddled with grammatical errors. It doesn't have weird word choices. It is more or less straightforward. There is an over-reliance on the M dash. You can see it used once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times in 3 paragraphs. That's a bit. That's like Chieko back in 2010. Yeah. Also, this is supposed to be a book review, so it depends on the journal what exactly a book review is supposed to be doing. So there's that problem. The beginning is flat. I don't think it's very interesting. It announced a talent not so much emerging as already armored. Technically alert. linguistically omnivorous and philosophically caustic. You know, this does kind of remind me of Donna Hathaway's writing, though. Like, you could see where this might have been trained on modern literature writing, like writing about literature. This feels like one of those like Judith Butler type discourses on literature, where everything is like ostentatiously vain. I'll say ostentatiously articulate. That's what this is. Very, very clinical. Would I call it good writing? No. Not as a review, no. Once again, if we look at it from a technical level, it's not horrible. It's just, wait a minute, how many ises do we got here? We got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, published. Okay. The second paragraph is not good, for sure. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of ises. Do you see that? Is. This is very, 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 yeah. It's very flat. I think in terms of sentence structure, this is not great. But you could see how somebody who doesn't read a lot might look at this and think, oh, this is fine. And yeah, I armored my talent. It is quite good for programming if you ask it to explain what it's doing. Yeah. It's just AI is nowhere near replacing devs or junior devs. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not sure. All I know is that AI is a double-edged sword. You got to wield it carefully. ChatGPT reviews books like Right Conscious Speaks. Yeah, this is... There's a level where you could see that if you aren't really great with writing, you might look at this and you think it's good writing. There is some issues with this, though. I would definitely be highlighting the amount of the reliance on the stative verb is. I would definitely be highlighting that. I'd be highlighting the repetitive uses of the em dash. This is a problem. I think that the sentence structure is extremely passive and flat. There's no voice to it, for sure. Okay.
B,
so this
realize
pro
it sucks, and C, learn almost nothing about its topic. In the replies, James Marriott backpedals a little bit when everyone pretty much unanimously says that it's hot garbage. Yo, this is a great example of what a bad writer's idea of good writing looks like. I don't think it's good writing, I'm just amazed at what ChatGPT has become capable of.
I could see James Marriott, okay, to give James Marriott the benefit of the doubt, I could see someone with idle curiosity in what AI is doing. Okay, I could see Simp doing this, honestly. Sorry, Simp. And Shay. Like, plugging something into the AI to see what AI is capable of. Just to, like, run it through its paces. Frankly, I haven't really checked this kind of shit. I got other things I want to do with my life, but I could see some people wanting to know this. The problem is he went online and then said that it would be adequate enough to go into a magazine.
Much better than when I last tried it a few months ago. You just said, I think you could submit writing of this standard to a magazine and get published.
Yeah, Gladio here is making a good point. James communicated very poorly. I would rethink how you say things, James.
You absolutely thought it was good writing. I don't think getting published in a magazine is necessarily the benchmark of good writing. What's your point? Because it's not even close to bad writing that you'd see in a magazine. No one would print that without heavy...
Okay. This is where I think Gladio also is kind of not 100% correct, because What Fury Brings exists. I just said the name, but it exists on paper, and it was published with a publishing house that comes from Scholastic. So I don't know how to say this. I don't know how to break it to Gladio, but there's absolute trash fire that's getting printed on actual paper. There are trees that are dying to bring WFB to life in the material world. Rip those trees, by the way. But I hate to break it to Gladio, but we have an editing problem right now. So I could see why some people might think, well, AI is better. because AI is technically better than some human-made trash fire.
The editing, it doesn't even make sense. There are some people who seem to share James's amazement, though. It's the end game for creatives, so utterly depressing. What do we do instead? Yes, I feel very sad about
Maybe you continue making creative work and just not get monetized for it. We're all going to be working in a factory for 8 hours to 10 hours a day. And when we get home, we will hopefully have enough energy to create work on our own and still just do it for the love of the game instead of making money. Basically, it will be the great threshing of creative people. The creative people who were in it for the money will just use AI. And the creative people who are in it for the creativity, for the intrinsic value of creation, they will continue on as is without the money.
it. Become a plumber or something? Okay, let's take a brief look at the writing in question, then I'll get to my point. This review of a book from 1973 has a lot of adjectives. It sounds very smart, but it really doesn't say anything. It's a clever, cold-blooded debut dressed in the anarchic tones of youth. It announced a talent not so much emerging as already armored. Usually when you say not so much emerging, what is already emerged? But already armored against what? What? Technically alert, linguistically omnivorous, and philosophically caustic. Throughout the review, it's just listing a lot of things with adjectives that sound smart. It just sounds extremely pretentious. Like no one would print this because it sounds like a
He hasn't read Donna Hathaway. My man. I highly recommend reading anything by Judith Butler or Donna Hathaway. You want to like start stabbing your eye out, or like anything written by Walter Benjamin, Foucault, Derrida, all of those people. Okay, just read some of them, and you'll want to. That's basically what the AI is trying to sound like.
student trying to sound smart. Like what does linguistically omnivorous mean? You eat a lot of
Linguistically omnivorous. That is literally something that some of these would-be intelligentsia would absolutely use, unfortunately.
books. The result is a prose style that feels both effervescent and effortful. Effervescent and effortful are just such different things, but because they sound or start similar, then I guess it's supposed to sound good. Charles's journal is filled with lexical excess, anatomical scrutiny.
I think it was trying for some consonants there. Lexical excess, anatomical scrutiny, and a relentless auto-analysis that verges on the clinical. You could have just said lexical excess means that there is a lot of words used. Anatomical scrutiny means that they're scrutinizing something in detail. But anatomical, yeah, that's an iffy word. I don't know if I had to use it. Anyway, a relentless auto-analysis that verges on the clinical. I wouldn't put that verges on the clinical. How could your relentless auto-analysis... Oh, man. Oh, it's just... Oh, it's cringe, guys. It's really bad.
And a relentless auto-analysis that verges on the clinical. So these...
What Fury Brings really scarred you? Yeah, it scarred me. Holy moly. Bad writing scars me. I generally, I try to read more of it, and I just... At some point, you kind of decide, do I want an ice pick lobotomy, or do I want to continue reading this book? I decided to go with neither, and just, yeah.
Auto-analysis that verges on the clinical. So these 3 paragraphs, on the surface level, it sounds like smart words, smart writing. It doesn't build anything. It's not even like making a claim. But really, this whole situation cracked open a broader question in my mind and sort of unlocked what has troubled me so much about AI in the past. The question is, who is this for? And I mean that on a commercial and on an artistic level. Like, what's the point of any of this? Anyone who's interested in a Martin Amis book from 1973 would find this review poorly written and have plenty of real reviews to choose from, or they'll already be biased against AI and avoid it anyway. Fans of AI and LLMs, learning language models, might be interested in the writing, but won't have any interest in what it's actually saying. Which again leads me to some broader questions. About a week ago, a clip went viral from UCLA's commencement ceremony of a student seemingly showing off that he used ChatGPT to complete his final assignment. As you'd expect, there was a lot of outrage. People saying his degree should be revoked, other people being like, what's the point of college anymore if you can just use ChatGPT? This is maybe the least surprising thing I've seen ever. For decades now, higher education has been disintegrating, costs inflating, the humanities eroded, the concept of education for education's sake, a thing of the past. How quaint. Right? None of this is surprising or new to anyone living in 2025. College is for...
Well, it's like what Rate Conscious said, right? Right? What's the point of going to school and learning how to write? Well, there used to be a point, but it's gone now. And since it's gone, why not use AI? That's basically the fundamental situation we're in right now. So this is where artists right now are returning to the fundamentals. They're saying, no, we can actually objectively scrutinize art and see quality versus not quality. So it's suddenly like, oh, so we can objectively scrutinize art. How funny. How odd that we suddenly can rediscover this hitherto considered to be hideous and oppressive standard. So I do think to a certain degree, writers are going to either have to fall back and say, no, there are ways for us to objectively scrutinize writing, and we can objectively scrutinize AI and see that it is soulless and a piece of trash. Or people are just going to go YOLO. And if you're right conscious, you should just go YOLO, right? Like if you're someone who's literally there for the grift to make the money, and you're struggling with your great American novel, why not use AI? Because you aren't there to actually enjoy the journey of learning writing. You're not there to enjoy the journey of education. You're not there to actually educate yourself. So why not YOLO? Like what's holding you back from morally abstaining from the use of AI at that point, right? If you don't respect education, if you don't respect the process of education, if you don't have mentors, if you don't have people you're listening to, if you're not taking feedback, what's the point then? You might as well just go and use AI. And if there's no objective standard by which we can rigorously analyze a piece of writing and say whether it's good or bad, then why not just go for AI then for entertainment? What's the point? So it's very much like Chieko on the cusp of a black pill here for AI as well, because like I recognize AI is very useful for like researching and things like that, but generally speaking, if you're at a stage in society where education doesn't matter, it's all about just getting money and getting that little piece of paper. If literally that's all education is, getting a little piece of paper to say I have this thing that I may or may not have studied adequately, then maybe using AI is just going to be. That's just the way it's going to be. There's no point in fighting it at that point. It's just AI is nowhere near replacing devs or junior devs. Okay, Shay's back. We're talking about AI. Shay. Willow has a good review of it. It's a simp. Oh yeah, I bet she does. I bet she's well, anyway. Let me try to get a prompt running for this book with a half-decent prompt. All philosophers sort of sound like that, not just postmodernist. That's true, Simp. That is true. I think there is, but I give philosophers from like the late 1800s and back a get out of jail card because they're writing within their time. But like Freud, Jung, Nietzsche, a lot of them, it feels less, well, Jung, for me, I feel Jung is very easy to read. Freud, I actually don't think is that difficult to read either. But there are some that feel purposely opaque in order to be smart. I'm smart inserts over complicated but redundant words. Yeah, basically. But it's readable. Yeah. Students use it. I think the point is LLMs will get better. Yeah. At which point, what's the point of education? I will send a few fast reviews in a paragraph. Sure. The point is self-fulfillment, at least for me. I'm working on my fan fiction because I actually want to be good at writing. Even if I never make money off of it, everyone has to find their own. I think Epic is still finishing it. But I agree. This is what I'm saying. If education is just getting a piece of paper and is about making more money, then using an LLM to help with your education is not going to be a problem. And if making something creatively is just about getting the money or just about, stroking your ego, then using an LLM will totally be fine for you. But if you find intrinsic value in the process, then LLMs are a slap in the face and are the ultimate degradation of human society. Because I think if you are unwilling to do the footwork yourself, then that means that the goal is more important than the process to me. And if the product is more important than the process, that means then that any process will work. So just YOLO, go for it. Yeah, what you sent me, Tab, would not be adequate for a magazine's book review. See, that's what I'm saying is people can't Copilot has too many M dashes. Final Inspiration Gemini 2 is too informal. And the first one that you gave has too many M dashes. And like I said, none of these are a book review. Once again, a book review is very, very specific for a magazine. Yeah. Oh, wow. Epic is like speed running his typing here. Everyone has to find their own self-motivation and reason to advance their skills. There are pros and cons, though. For example, I get really nervous about sharing my work, but again, I find it worth the feedback. There's safety in the AI that I also find goes against the natural flow of evolution as a concept. If I submit AI writing and you hate it, Chieko, then I find new AI. Yeah. Soul is an oppressive, primitive, and human-centric concept, putting patriarchal religious rubrics on the free expression of a vibrant, multifaceted, ambiguously vitalizing community. Wooly sounds like AI. Wooly's like, oh, how dare. Anyway, let's keep going.
Or getting a job. I graduated from UCLA in 2022, the same school as the ChatGPT kid here, and I see AI and its widespread use in academia as inevitable. In fact, I think it's the perfect escalation of what's come before. So the question in this instance of who is this for is pretty clear. It's for people who need to bullshit their work at 11:59 p.m., something I used to proudly do without AI. A few months ago, California State University announced that ChatGPT EDU will be provided to all of their 23 campuses. I mean, as long as it's free, I guess. $16.9 million. At least they'll have it forever. Over an 18-month period, at least they're doing well enough financially to afford all this. A $375 million budget cut that will result in larger class sizes, decreases in course offerings, and a reduction in faculty and staff positions. When teachers are teaching with ChatGPT and students are learning with ChatGPT, we can enter a frictionless wonderland in which universities can stop paying teachers, extract money from students, and ship those students off to a world that can't use them. Imagining this frictionless future is a useful exercise, I think, when grappling with that question of who is this for? Because to me, it seems like students are worse off, teachers are worse off, the university is worse off, but ChatGPT and all AI companies seem to be better off. They're making bank off of people who, A, genuinely love the technology and can find a use for it, and B, people who are too scared to be left behind. So much of the backlash to LLMs and AI is based in fear, but so is a lot of the praise. I've posted a lot of sketches on this channel, making fun of AI people, the whole craze, all of it. I'm sure my stance isn't surprising to any of you, but it's kind of telling that the battlefield isn't around genuinely useful uses of AI, especially in medicine, technical writing, I mean, you name it. There are plenty of great uses for LLMs. The battlefield is about art, writing, painting, filmmaking, acting. Art is the last thing corporations can't really do for you. We express our humanity when we make art, because in the utopian future for
This is interesting because I do think I have heard from people in my Discord. Maybe the people in my Discord are just very smart, but there are a lot of people out there in my Discord, who talk about how LLMs are very useful for, let's say, editing, grammatical feedback. Maybe a certain writer should have put her book through an LLM. Just saying. I definitely know Simp recommended to me specific LLMs to use for programming. It looks like Tab is recommending me certain programs for formatting. I think the issue is, once again for me, is if you don't have a baseline and you don't know what is good and what is bad, you won't know whether what you are prompting is good or bad. That's the problem. So if LLM usage was going hand in hand with extremely rigorous education, I would actually be less annoyed by LLMs. But I think my issue with it is that a lot of people are going to come into various technological or artistic spaces thinking that they know what good art is when they haven't even spent the time to understand what something is good. And you have a lot of people right now going on Goodreads, for example, and giving something 4 out of 5 stars for something that they enjoyed and had fun with. But do you think that those people are actually going to be adequately able to prompt an LLM to write something that is actually artistic or meaningful or organic? If you are unable to critically analyze and be honest about a specific piece of writing or a specific piece of art or music, do you think you have what it takes to be able to corral the worst excesses of an LLM that's still in its early stages, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of what it will probably eventually be able to do? I don't know. I just think that there's going to be, a lot of people using it poorly. And the same thing goes for programming. So yes, we can say, AI is helping in these fields. That's probably very true. But there are other fields where you will have a lot of amateurs mucking around and then selling shitty product. Now you might say, well, product was already shipped, shitty before. That's true. But that's why I'm saying that this sudden hearkening back to standards is kind of funny to see that happening in the art community now. I think it's a little funny because hitherto standards were a dirty word. But now suddenly standards are very, very helpful to delineate between good and bad, specifically between AI and human. So I think it's very fascinating. But it's very important to note that there are some positive uses for AI. I think that's cool that man carrying thing mention that.
adopters of AI, AI does everything, right? Except for certain manual labor, AI becomes the workforce so that us humans can do the fun human stuff and focus on making a better world. Yet, so many proud adopters of AI want it to do the fun stuff too. So again, I asked, who is this for? This whole question became unlocked for me when I discovered a certain YouTube channel. Let's call the channel Mr. Pee Pee Poo Poo. First off, I don't want this anybody to be harassed inadvertently. Also, I don't want to give his ideas any more exposure than they already have. He's a relatively small channel devoted entirely to writing AI. Doesn't seem like a bad dude, just seems like someone with some bad ideas. Mr. Pee Pee Poo Poo. I'm gonna have to just stick with that now. He proudly teaches people how to write fiction with AI, the tools you need, the process. He writes his own fiction with the assistance of AI. He claims AI is just a tool, just like a pencil. You see, to him, writing by its very nature is algorithmic. Language is just an algorithm. Why not use AI to do the boring part of writing so you can focus on the fun stuff? What is the fun stuff for Mr. Pee Pee Poo Poo? World building. Crafting a big old world. We love world building. Who doesn't? And the boring stuff to him is the actual writing. He actually, in one video, he says that the least important part of writing is writing the first draft. I think most people would laugh at this because I'd say like 99% of successful writers say that they labor over every single word. They love language, you know? It's like saying you love to paint, except for the part where you actually put paint on the canvas. And yet, Mr. Pee Pee Poo Poo's comments section is filled with grateful people. Truly grateful people who are passionate about writing that one book they've always wanted to write. Finally, to them, art is democratic. Anyone can fulfill their dream and make a few bucks. Mr. Pee Pee Poo Poo has addressed criticism of his outlook very sincerely, and so much of it resorts to the type of fear James Marriott has of AI. He believes this is the future of writing. Better to get with the program than to get left behind. In one video, he gets asked about the logical endpoint of using AI to write books. If, like he says, AI is constantly getting better until one day it will need very little input to create a brilliant work, then what is the use of writers? What is the use of the craft and job and fantasy that he sells to people that they can do? It's so interesting because he gets genuinely reflective in his answer. He looks kind of worried. He admits that yes, one day you can instantly make a book tailored exactly to your preferences, like with the stroke of a button. By his logic, in the future, there's no reason to seek out writing from other humans. You have all the books you could want, perfectly tailored to your own taste. Yet he still argues that people are going to want human connection. That's just natural. Humans want human connection. So instead of writing books, he says that humans will serve as brands. They will market their own AI slop to others. They'll have a platform, and all writers will simply be marketers, salesmen for their own flavor.
Oh, Lord, I'm going to be so fucked in the future, guys. I'm going to end up like dying with stomach cancer from hunger, like Lovecraft. I am horrible at marketing. Oh, Lord. Can you imagine me having a social brand? It's called This Is Shit, and I can barely stream once a week. Holy flying flapjacks. Poop on a stick. Maybe I'll die before then. I can just call maid. Oh, that's so depressing, guys. Oh, I hope that's not the case. But it kind of would be. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, books are going to be made with the stroke of a button, so you'll have tons of people writing their own fan fiction. It will all be sold online with the serial numbers stripped off. And then Second Story's actual video will have some validity, probably. Holy moly. Just put a capo in it and make him gay. You sell yourself a little short. You're just not monetizing us yet. Yeah, guys, if I ever come on and I'm like, Shark VPN, just ignore me. Please skip. Anyway, all jokes aside, I'm going to be honest. I do think that there will be people who will seek human-made stuff for the bouginess of it, if you will, right? There will be those people who want handmade beds and handmade quilts and handmade clothing. And there will be those people who will seek that out because it's kind of like their shtick, right? But in a world where a perfect book is created with the stroke of a key, I think is the world where we are all whales on hover sledges, like in WALL-E, because as much as I like to help people ease the process of the creative I don't know, endeavor, as much as I'd like to help people like smooth that process and make it something that they can do, a part of me wants to say that writing and reading sometimes should be fun to do and easy to do and light and frothy and be a Joe Louis. But sometimes writing and reading should be a challenge and it should be a struggle. And it's not about the product. It is about the process, about what you learn about yourself, learn about self-discipline, learn about sticking through something, learn courage, learn intuitiveness, learn initiative, learn vision, learn thinking outside of the box, learn, like, this is one of the reasons why I keep telling chat to be painting and drawing and making things with their hands, even if it's something like a cupboard or a bench or a table or, you know, a shitty stool, or to do cosplay or to put makeup on your face even. That's probably better than nothing at this point. Body art, do body art. What we need to have is Wooly on Twitch doing body art. At this point in time, I think almost any of these things, if you like painting Warhammer 40K models, paint a Warhammer 40K model, because the process of doing those artistic things is not the product that you show people at the end of the day, although that can be part of it. That can be a feel-good moment. I'm not going to lie. But it's also what you learn about yourself and you learn about success and failure. So when I was, I don't know if I told people, but I painted for my mother 6 paintings over the course of Christmas. And I did it alongside Party, who was working on her own stuff. And there were moments where I was going to throw in the towel. I was like, why did I choose watercolor? Why am I doing this at the last minute? What am I doing with my life? And Party was there to coax me and say, don't throw that painting out. Is there another way you could look at that painting? TLDR, I did throw one painting out and I had to restart it. But if everything is done with the stroke of a button, where are we pushing ourselves? Where are we challenging ourselves? Where are we discovering that we are not good enough? That life is not fair, that the universe is imbalanced, that things are broken and can't be fixed, that there's stuff that will be imperfect and you have to recognize that and move from it, move onward. Like, at which point, like, where do you think people will learn about that in this future, where everything that you create will be created with the stroke of a button? Don't give me homework. That's it, Ben. I'm giving you homework. I did buy an LLC last year, so I know what it's like to have a personal brand, but I view it as an advantage. AI can make any story, but I can only make Riva stories because people know it's me. Hey, Epic, I have to say that that's awesome. And I definitely have not kept in touch with you as much as I ought to about your writing, but I do think We're heading to a place where the world will be divided between those who merely exist and do, and those who strive for self-improvement and creativity. It's the end of the predator-prey relationship. That's an interesting way to think about it. Well, at least we have Epic the White Pillar here. I'm just suddenly feeling very gloomy. Miro said, a week ago, I mended a lanyard using my sewing machine. That is amazing, Miro. That's awesome. And by the way, guys, I'll try to take pictures, but Party was embroidering Christmas ornaments, and they're so adorable, and I'll have to show them to you soonish. They're so cute. Funny thing, said Tab. I had a colleague who was fired. He was doing a master's on AI and used it aggressively to the point where many clients complained about the slop he was producing. Yeah. Yeah. The drawing is ending you. Yeah. This will never come to pass. The curse of Adam, that all our labor will only produce fruit with the sweat of our brow. Yeah. I just feel like this is going to create a world where people think that goodness will just fall in their lap. This is going to create the most entitled, narcissistic, lazy thinking people on the planet. And hopefully I'll be dead before then. Holy moly.
Of AI slop. This is funny. Any published writer I've ever seen complains the most about having to market their own work. He's trying to be realistic about the future, but to me, this exchange is just making me optimistic. I don't think I've ever been more optimistic about.
Oh, we got a white pillar here. Okay, let's hear what his where I'm just seeing all the negatives, but maybe man caring thing can tell me maybe white man man caring thing can tell us why we can feel optimistic. Okay, let's hear it.
The future role of art than I am lately, because it all returns us again to this question of who is this for? Who is this for? It's for Mr. Pee Poo Poo. It's for people who want to make art but don't have the drive, who don't have the time, who don't want to pursue that. It's for people who want to make money off of writing a book, thinking a million other people don't also have the same idea. There is something in the air. I feel the change coming, a change in the way we relate to AI and specifically language learning models. John Oliver, just the other day, did a piece on AI slop, specifically video and pictures, and a big conclusion they came to is that AI slop is everywhere because there are tons of people trying to make a profit off of making it. AI isn't for viewers, it's not for readers, it's for creators. The James Marriott AI experiment didn't impress anyone because no one of his audience, I imagine, wants to read that. The ChatGPT UCLA grad angered people because he's just cheating himself out of a good education. All right, my sincere prediction is that AI writing won't meaningfully impact art and human-driven writing. It will be sold as it is now as a means for people to fantasize about making money, or, you know, as a fun little curiosity, a hobby for people to read their own book that they're too afraid to write themselves. Maybe I sound too optimistic here, but I believe art isn't going anywhere. It's the one place companies want to dominate, but they can't. Genuine human creativity is and will continue to resist this. When I see people watch a bad movie, usually one of the first things they say out of the theater is,
I will say that I said it before, that AI will be the threshing. It will thresh out who was in it for the money and who is in it for the process. And if you're in it for the money, for the fame, then yeah, like I said before, YOLO. Go get yourself a good LLM, Sonnet, something like that, and start making your book tomorrow. And the people who find intrinsic value in working on their own writing will continue doing so, regardless of what's going on with AI. Will it be harder to perhaps make money or to outproduce an AI writer? Yeah. But you're not doing it for the clicks or for the audience, unless you're ambitious. I think there are some ambitious writers. I think the writers who will be most affected by this will be the hyper ambitious writers who are also interested in writing something that's good. those people are going to probably run into the most because they are wanting to have an audience. They want to write for somebody. They're not just writing for themselves. So I think those people will probably get hurt the most. But if you're just writing for yourself and you're putting your stuff out there like Epic is, then AI is literally going to be, the barest blip on the horizon for you because you're just going to keep trucking, right? I think it's the people who want to make money and want to grow an audience as a writer. I think those people are going to be hurt the most. Gray-pilled. Epic is gray-pilled. I equate AI to a rising tide. In my world, half of them decide to drown while the rest strive to build boats and keep dry. I think people are going to go against it as well. The human heart will always wins. And things that are human-made are going to be more valuable. That's true. In the hip-hop sphere, there is another schism coming where people who were once hip-hop artists for the sake of money are being ousted. Fallout of Kendrick versus Drake. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some interesting thoughts here that give me hope. Maybe there is hope. Maybe the future won't be a complete, utter trash fail. Yeah. Okay. So what's he going to say next?
It felt like the script was written by AI. We view art, we experience art, we go out of our way to engage with art because we want something new. We don't want something recycled. We're going to keep doing that. I've been discussing all of this without even touching on the ethics of this technology. That was deliberate on my part. I mean, you could go in any direction with this. The topic would have consumed this entire video. Regardless, science has faced similar ethical problems in the past, and I wonder if we can't look for examples in the 20th century. In Kevin McKay's feature-length documentary, 17 pages, he re-examines the legacy of one of the biggest scientific controversies of the 20th century. The ethics over a single biology paper, just 17 pages, permanently altered how scientific misconduct is investigated. It's a fascinating story and a brilliantly made documentary from the person you might know as Bobby Broccoli. This, along with a ton of other exclusive content from your favorite creators, is available on Nebula. Nebula is the largest creator-owned streaming platform in the world. It's where all your favorite creators like Big Joel, H. Bomber,
I'm just going to turn it down for a second.
Create exciting content. Nebula is growing fast as a streaming service. You can watch brilliant video essays.
I'm just going to turn it down. Anyhow, I do think, basically, there is some issues that I have with AI, obviously. But probably the biggest one would be that it's sometimes people's go-to to replace the hard work that should go into a skill. And that, to me, is the big issue. And he touched on it kind of very lightly just there. But he was talking about the ethical questions of AI. Of course, that's a huge issue. It's one of the many, many reasons I left ghostwriting. It was like, I just don't want to work with AI as a writer. And I don't want my work to be, scanned or anything like that, scraped for AI content. That to me is a big issue. And, it really is going to be about people wanting to make stories for themselves. That's fine. I have no beef against that. If you want to put out something for free on the internet and it's AI generated, it is what it is. But I definitely feel like if you are somebody who wants to make something that is good, then relying on AI, I think, will not help you get there necessarily. But I do want to push back against the AI slop discourse a little bit, because there is this weird rhetoric happening that's suggesting that human writing is somehow better than AI slop. I would argue differently. I think the reason why AI slop with the tropes and the predictability and the recycled nature, why that can even exist is because of some of the publishing industry, let's say the romance industry, for example, that is very, 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 very linked to the concept of tropes and people knowing exactly what they want. They want recycled stuff. They don't want to reinvent the wheel. They don't want to have to read House of Leaves or Charles Dickens' Bleak House or something like that. They just want to read a little bit of slop, and it's human slop, but it's still slop. So there is, as much as I think it's very easy for us to shit on AI slop and say, oh yeah, that's AI slop, I personally would probably prefer to read an AI book than read a certain book that was so poorly done. It was just so bad. On a word by word basis, it was bad. In which case, yes, please give me the AI slop, please, thanks. Because there is some stuff that actually gets published out there that is genuinely horrible, and it's human made. So I think there's this false binary that everything written by humans is good and everything written by AI is bad. And I think that's not actually realistic. I think there's a lot of AI stuff that is better than human stuff. And I hate to say it, but that is the way it is. Authenticity is the currency of the 21st century. That's interesting. I think that's an interesting quote by Robert Meyer Burnett. Interesting. I'm sorry for the typos. No, it's fine. I hope I read your comment correctly, though, Epic. The problem with AI is the companies that are interested in making art, air quotes, are interested in replacing their labor force, not supplementing it with AI. Exactly. There is the question of what skills I can cultivate, says Racken. Like, I'm not at all good at illustration. I've paid artists in the past, but they are expensive and, well, creatives can be a pain to work with. True. I've tried teaching myself to draw, but the time to payoff ratio at this point in my life isn't there. Absolutely, Racken. Absolutely. And this is where I'm saying, this is going to destabilize a lot, right? It's going to destabilize a lot. And as someone who's also had to work with creatives and has had to shell out money for commissions for her stuff, it's yeah, that's a tough one, right? That's the lure right there. It's like, well, I could just, well, actually, making cat boys with AI it's hard. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. But yeah. Yeah, especially the cat boys that I want to make. They always include the human ears. I don't want human ears. Trying to get AI to take off human ears and just put on cat ears, very difficult. Especially for boys, and they're not intended to be boys, right? That's just a term. They're actually men. But once you start typing in cat men, then you start going into weird furry stuff. No offense, but like, I'm not into furry stuff, so it's like, Now, let's ask a question here. Would you interact wait a minute. Okay, let's start a poll in here. I don't know if we have enough people for a poll, but let's do one. Let's see. AI also struggles with left hands. Interesting. Very interesting. So we got 4 votes in here. Five. Seven. 8. Can we get 2 more votes in here? 2 more people. 9 votes. It depends on the product option. Oh yeah, that's a good point too. Yep. 10. Okay, so 12. Ooh. Oh my goodness. 13. We're getting close to how many people are in here, so I'm surprised. Okay, so basically we have more people open to it if it's free, but most people are very wary about interacting with it, but nobody is closed entirely to it, and only a couple people are completely open to it. That is very interesting. I can't cast my vote, but my answer would be probably not. Now, I do know that with video games, things are a little bit more different because there is some use of AI that exists within video game development, and some people are misconstruing what that is, and what that might mean. But yeah, this is very fascinating. Let's see the end result here. Yep. Very fascinating. No one is completely saying heck no to the techno in terms of AI completely. But there are some people who are more open if it's free. And some people who are less open even if it is cheaper or free. They're more cautious about it. Most games use AI now. In some way, shape, or form, I bet they do. I've already sold lithophanes created with AI-generated images. The actual product is the lithophane I printed out, a physical object. The image itself could be any image. Right. That makes sense. My rule is simple. AI is a tool, I'm fine with it. AI is a replacement, I'm not fine with it. Interesting. Unless it's a weird indie game. Yeah. A lot of places use AI we're not aware of. Absolutely. So Party is probably touching on things like medical accounting probably uses AI. I bet like tons of executives use AI to write letters to each other. AI being used in creation in a product isn't the product problem. It's the use of AI to shortcut end products. Yeah. That once again, it comes down to use, right? So I'm using AI, obviously, a little bit, in order to troubleshoot some issues that I had with a tutorial that I was doing. I wanted to do a point and click game, but the tutorial was doing like a top-down RPG style game where you collide with the object to pick it up, whereas I needed a mouse raycast to pick it up. So obviously I ran into some issues with the raycast colliders. So I was using AI to help me troubleshoot the issue, and I came up with an answer, and it helped me code the method that I would need in order to work around this issue with the raycasts that I had. Is my code up to snuff? I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you. And some people are like, well, it just works, so it's fine. But is that really how we want to go with life? Like, do you want someone to just say, well, it just works about the food that they're serving you? Or the healthcare service that they are providing you? Is that like an attitude that we want people to have? So part of me is like, yes, I want to be effective and I want to like think about how things are working and like, does it make sense? Is it long-term efficient? But part of me is also like some of the stuff of like, well, it just works, it's fine. I think to myself, is this just a way to sugarcoat people cutting corners and not actually pushing themselves to create the best product or the best job or work or output that they can do? So I don't know. Like I struggle with it myself, obviously. It's something I think about a lot. Okay, one last video. 10 o'clock. You know what? I might take a small break, everybody, and go and make myself a little coffee, a little Nespresso. So I'm just going to pop some music on and we're using an app that uses AI that's free right now. It just works attitude is how you end up with technical debt. Using shortcuts to solve the problem right now, but potentially causes problems down the road. See, that's what I'm worried about, Jonathan. It's like, yeah, I made a script that works for this little tiny game, but I don't want to only make these little tiny games for the rest of my life. I want to know the best industry practices for a larger game because that's what I'm studying for. So me shortcutting with AI now is not going to help me later on down the road. So like, I feel like, yeah, if you research on Google to research creating something, you're using AI now. It's impossible to create something these days without any form of AI being an influence. Well, absolutely. And Foxy, there is this fantastic website that I always recommend to new writers. It's called Fantasy Name Generators. Fantasy Name Generator. Now this is oldie goldie. Like, I don't know when this was made. Probably back, looks like it was, yeah, this is so old, guys. But like, you could go here, right? We got fantasy and folklore. And we have all kinds of names. Real names, place names, other names, pop culture names, descriptive generators, other kinds of generators, religious commandments, like this, right? Everything that you would want that's generatable. So here, generating cat people names: Ken, Yoshi, Taiki, Honcho. Okay. And you can see here that you can get male names, female names, neutral names, right? I've used this quite a bit. Now, I'm going to admit to you that although I have used this stuff quite a bit, I almost never use it straight out of the box. So like, for example, if we were going to choose something like this, and it's Brady with an A-E in the middle, I think that's kind of cringe. I'll take out the E and just go with Brady. So, like, we could choose, I don't know. Kind of want to choose, like, yeah, here. So this is Cowboy, Cowgirl. So if we do Cowboy here, Nicholas the Friendly Flowers, Irving Bad Eye Austin. So, like, I might say, okay, I like Nicholas and I like Austin. I kind of don't like them together. So I'm going to say Austin Webb or Nicholas Moran, right? So I almost never use it straight out of the box. You usually sit there and think about what you're doing and think about your stuff intentionally before you use this. And this website has been going since 2012. was first launched in 2012. So this is where, I guess what I'm trying to say is, generating things randomly for ideas and inspiration has been around for a long time. It's how you're using them and how you are essentially leveraging this tool. Are you literally just copying and pasting right out of the box, or are you sitting and thinking intentionally about the person that you are naming? And that's what I think it comes down to. If people found out, oh, Chieko Kurokomo was using fantasy name generators as a springboard for inspiration, I'm pretty sure most people would not care. The problem is if they felt like my names were cringy because I was just copying and pasting shit into my writing without thinking really about that name and how it sounds for that person. So this is where I think there's a difference between using it as a suggestion or as like maybe some feedback or something, but even then I don't know. You know what's crazy about what you said, Chieko, involving with making the same code? Most audiences want their game devs to make one game repeatedly. Yeah. I mean, that's true. Gamers are weird. They want their comfort game to be the same, but also involve. Yeah. It's always a middle ground for sure. Stress-inducing. Yeah. Gamers think of games like women think of men. Because of how I am focusing on first-person perspective with my storytelling, when it comes to names, I've been trying out having my character use nicknames as names to give description. That's a good idea, Epic. That's awesome. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put on the AFK sign. I'm going to go AFK for a little bit. I'm going to go make myself a cuppa, and I shall be back. We'll finish the last video, I think. And then we'll call it. Okay. All right. So let's take a little break here. Okay. I got my coffee. I hope everyone has gone for their break. We're going to go with one last person who I have no knowledge of. And he is talking about stop making fantasy grounded, deconstructed, socially relevant. Ugh. Now, I just actually don't have super huge gripes with this title in terms of how it's worded, because he's just, venting clearly, and he's telling people to stop making it this. But I do want to say that there is a time and a place for grounded fantasy, and there's a time and a place for people writing certain types of fantasy that is clearly making a statement. I actually don't have huge amounts of beef with any of these three things. It's just that when people start linking morality or social virtue to having your story be socially relevant, for example. Okay, I'm going to give an example, all right? Does anyone here remember the discourse around Final Fantasy 16? Does anyone here remember that? The bullshit creative Unit 3 had to go through with Final Fantasy 16. Where was it? Right here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to find okay, so IGN asked Yoshi P, why is Final Fantasy 16 so white? I know. There was not enough people of color in Final Fantasy 16, apparently. So some white people, presumably, or at least Americans, presumably, proceeded to tell a Japanese person what to do with their creative work. So Yoshi P goes blah, 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 medieval Europe, blah, blah, blah. This is the story we wanted to tell. Yada, yada, yada. In the end, we simply want the focus to be less on the outward appearance of our characters and more on who they are as people who are complex and diverse in their natures, backgrounds, beliefs, personalities, and motivations. People whose stories we can resonate with. There is diversity in Valisthea, diversity that, while not all encompassing, is synergistic with the setting we've created and is true to the inspirations from which we are drawing. Now, one of the interesting things is that they have a very specific idea about medieval Europe, which is probably not as historically accurate as, let's say, what others would consider medieval Europe to be at. And of course, we got to remember that although Europe is a small place compared to, let's say, Russia or Canada or North America as a whole, Europe is still highly diverse, but with different people of skin colors ranging from very pale in the north to more tan in Italy and Spain. Although some Spanish people are also very pale. So like we gotta, and some Jewish people can be very pale and also be very tan. So like we have, a little bit of a variety in Europe, but because they chose medieval Europe, which would be demographically speaking, largely white, as in racially white, they chose to go with more racially white types of people, albeit some of them have tans, obviously, or can tan. That's apparently not good enough, and people were pressing X to doubt because how the Japanese people view Europe and Western culture is often through the lens of like Bloodborne, which is Gothic Victorian, or, for example, a lot of the fantasy that the Souls genre tends to be is heavily European. And of course, Final Fantasy 16 has this very old school idea about what medieval Europe was like, and is probably accurate to a degree. Of course, that's not enough for people. It had to be accurate in their historical revisionist type of thinking. It had to be accurate. I do think some people think some people don't understand that the ancient world wasn't as divided as we think it was, but neither was it as diverse as some other people think it was. So we gotta not lose the plot here. So this is an example of where creatives made a choice, made an aesthetic choice, made a world building choice, and they got low-key dragged over the coals by it. Many people caught up with their cultish love for anything Japanese, who believe Japanese developers are only angels, are coming up with fascinating rationalizations. So on and so forth. So there is there's this person here who's probably pro Yoshi P, I don't know. But there was a lot of people who were horrified by Yoshi P coming out and saying, we think it was diverse enough. So this happened over Final Fantasy 16, which I think is crazy. Final Fantasy 16 had internal criticism from not being a party game and turn-based, yes. And I believe, if I remember what SkillUp was saying, and some others, they were saying that the RPG element was a bit lacking because there was not enough crafting and gearing, I think. I could be wrong, but anyway. And there was external cultural criticism. I recall that drama, and people later say, good, they didn't listen to the drama. It would have been a dark-skinned character was made a slave. Yeah. Oh, yes. My game requires a Skittles bag of human colors to be considered diverse. Cultural diversity isn't enough. Yeah. So this is where I think some people, on both sides of the argument, by the way, I just need to make this clear that I think both political sides of the aisle, when they start politicizing art and entertainment, they do tend to make this kind of value judgment on a work of art based off of whether that work of art supports their personal beliefs. And this is where I feel like, okay, you can make that judgment value, but don't try to kid yourself by thinking that it's actually analytical and unbiased, right? And so in this case, for example, we have creatives being browbeat by woke scolds for not having enough diversity. So, but everyone knows that FF16 apparently has some fantastic representation of various types of people. So this is where I think this kind of going around online and yelling at people for something not being what you want it to be is partially fueled by the vote with your wallet, pushback, take back the culture kind of people, and also the woke scolds. It's like a two-pronged kind of trend that kind of creates this highly volatile discussion online where you have some people who are being woke scolds who are browbeating creatives for not doing the right thing with their writing, right? Socially relevant, not socially relevant. And then you have the immersion Andes, my immersion. And this is the grounded people, The grounded people are the weirdos as well. I dislike them also. I want my stuff to be immersive, but Stellar Blade is okay. I want my stuff to be super immersive, but this other thing where my totally skinny character is hefting this massive sword, that's okay. So it's kind of like you're cherry picking at this point. Would I have liked to seen some brown characters being important at FF16? Yes, but did it impact my enjoyment? Not at all. Racial representation is not an expectation I have from a Japanese game. Well, especially if it's about Europe, I think, like I said, Epic, there are some cases we can make for discussing when did certain types of representation, like when did certain people of color enter the European scene in a major kind of way? We can start talking about that, right? Absolutely. But I think it would be very unfair for me to go into a Nioh game or what's that other samurai game? Ghosts of Tsushima or yeah, stuff like that. It would be very weird if I went in there and expected to see, went in with the expectation to see a white person there if I'm playing a samurai game. Although you could say, oh yes, but there were some white people there. They were Dutch people and they were walking around with baskets on their heads. But, well, not baskets, but you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I just think, what are we doing here? Little girl with giant ass sword, sign me up. Barrett Wallace isn't the only dark-skinned character in the FF franchise either. Yep, that's true. Yeah, Valisthea is also an island, so racial diversity wouldn't have made sense to me unless they were outsiders. That's true too. Yep. Yeah. The MC of Nioh is white. Smile. Well, okay, so I shouldn't have chosen Nioh. But what is the other one? Sekiro. Does Sekiro have white people in it? I just don't think I would go into Sekiro expecting to see a white person. I don't know. There's just some games I don't go in expecting to see Chieko being represented. Actually, Chieko has never been represented in a video game because then that video game would be called White Slob Girl Simulator. Then maybe I could get... Sekiro has a white guy in it, a knight looking for his son. He's a boss fight. Sekiro has an Asian MC. Sekiro has one European dude. Yeah. So if you said to me, does Sekiro have white people? My guess would have been no. There's one. Yeah. We should talk about Final Fantasy XI, the MMO, only having one Catboy. That's the real travesty of the century. That needs to be rectified, but beyond that, yeah, everything is all good in the fun. I'm kidding. He's looking for Robert. AC Shadows has one African dude. Oh yeah, that's a good point, actually. Assassin's Creed. Okay, so I didn't choose Assassin's Creed Shadows for my example because Assassin's Creed as a whole fantasy, historical fantasy, is generally like breaks with historical. Like, it's not intended to be historically true. I thought, generally speaking. I mean, maybe there's some people out there who thought it was true, but I always figured Assassin's Creed was more like historical fantasy. So that's why I didn't mention it. And Assassin's Creed also, I think, had Portuguese ? Jesuits ? Yeah. And then they're the actual slave owners who brought in Yosuke. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's see what this bro says.
Good fantasy? Well, you can make it grounded, or you can deconstruct it, or you can make sure that you include relevant modern social commentary. Now, what am I talking about? Well, it's anytime someone comes along and says they want to make, say, a story of King Arthur and update it for a modern audience. Anytime I hear these words, I'm skeptical because I know usually what it's going to mean by now. It means that everything magical, mythical, or folktale-like about it will be explained. And this is the bane of fantasy's existence. Explaining. Let's take King Arthur, the example I gave here in a minute. Here's a character who's been in the collective imagination since around the 9th century or so, probably even longer than that, but let's just go with that. That means that since then, for the next 1,200 years, people from in like Western European backgrounds and sometimes even outside of that have been telling stories about the Round Table, the Holy Grail, magical swords, and all that stuff. Now, there's a good reason for this, particularly as it relates to the Arthurian cycle and the Holy Grail. And that's the story itself, or the collection of stories, have coalesced into a very concentrated symbolic narrative that depicts the human quest for inner perfection and harmony in a world of chaos. It's a really beautiful story that has acquired many alchemical elements, particularly the Grail legends. Now, discussing all the nuances of the Grail legend as it pertains to the universal experience of personality and personal development, spiritual development, would take me pretty far afield, and maybe I'll do a video about that at some point. But it's safe to say that this is the reason why the Grail legend has survived the test of time. The fact that stories orbiting the Arthurian legendarium have become so resonant over time. And this is despite the fact that King Arthur may never even been a real person. Of course, in the grand scheme of oral and traditional early written storytelling, that makes no difference. It doesn't matter if the person was real. And that's because these stories in the telling come to utilize more and more degrees of the natural symbolic storytelling qualities of these universal human tendencies towards thought and emotion that has come to be labeled the collective unconscious, or in more modern Jungian context, the objective psyche. So why does Hollywood keep screwing this up? And all we have to do is look at the attempts to tell this particular story to get a feel for how often this happens. The King Arthur story in particular seems to have been kicked around quite a bit.
I think that there's there's a couple things, right? So I'm going to just quickly do some guesses here. For me, I think if you were to ask, like, Chieko, why do you think this is happening? I think for me, number one, it's due to the hyper focus on realism, which is actually a male-centric interest in nonfiction. But then it's coupled with a hyper-focus on psychology, which is the female-centric interest in social dynamics. So when you have these two hyper-focuses coupled together, what you get is an extremely realistic take on something. And I actually have no beef with that personally. I'm not going to be the first one banging on a drum in front of a theater because they decided to historicize or psychologize King Arthur. Like, I'm not, that's just not, it's not like, same thing with Star Wars, right? Like, I was upset about Star Wars. I walked away. I haven't yet anyway, made multiple videos about why I disliked episode 8. But I do think that when it happens, it's a shame, because if you hyper focus on realism or hyper focus on psychology, you're going to achieve one effect, but it takes away a chance to have a different effect. And I don't think it's wrong once in a while to enjoy some realism in your life, enjoy the psychology in your life. I don't want to take that away from anybody, but I think if that's all we get, okay, so the trend to only focus on these is probably linked to materialism as an idea and humanism, or even post-humanism as well, just like the supremacy of the human experience. Let's say supremacy of human experience. And what this detracts from, potentially aesthetic moments or spiritual moments, like the numinous. I think there might be an E, actually. Numinous. I can't spell tonight. Let me know if I'm wrong. It's not saying... Anyway. It's taking away from the archetypal energy of a story. I personally don't have beef with these approaches. Those approaches are used for a reason. But I just think that it takes away a chance that we could have for something powerful and meaningful. So then one has to ask, why aren't we wanting to also train ourselves to have taste for aesthetic moments, spiritual moments, and archetypal energy? Why are we being trained to not understand what that is and not be able to process it? So the question now we got to ask is, why aren't we being trained, or why isn't our taste, let's say, why isn't our tastes, what's the word, encouraged to enjoy these kinds of moments? Wasn't King Arthur Charlemagne? No. King Arthur is clearly a petite blonde-haired woman. Any other depiction is wrong and woke. Goes by Saber as a nickname. Once again, I am not averse to people doing spins on stuff, especially old stuff. That's what the old stuff is there for. I have no beef, right? No beef with that. If they came out with a female King Arthur for a gacha game and she was really hot, I'm pretty sure most, immersion bros would be fine with it as long as the titties are fine. You know what I'm saying? The issue is when it's always this, right? I have no issue with doing a modern reimagining of Robin Hood or a modern reimagining of King Arthur. My question is, if this is all we're getting here, this becomes a problem. It's an imbalance. Do not try and contaminate Chieko with the Fate verse. We do not want to go down that timeline. I actually have watched some Fate, right? It's Fate Stay Night, correct? I did watch 2 to 3 seasons of one of the shows, but I forget which one. I felt like I was on the edges of something massive and I didn't know how to find my way in. So then I walked away from it. But I thought that Fate... Was it Fate Stay Night? Fate Stay Order? Anyway, I can't go down that. There's so many Fate, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I definitely know that people reimagine shit all the time. I have no issues with that. My issue is, why is it always having to be this way? Why does it always have to be socially relevant? Why does it always have to be deconstructed? Why does it always have to be grounded? And if that's what this guy is talking about, then I get it. I get it. You start asking yourself, why aren't we allowed to have unapologetic, emotional, aesthetic, spiritual experiences in our entertainment? Is it possible that this is not being encouraged because, number one, then you will understand how hollow everything else is? Or number two, because it will actually help you. And they don't want you to get help from within yourself or from within faith or from within aesthetics. They want you to get help from the establishment. And another thing, of course, is why aren't we seeing more of this stuff? Is because it's hard to replicate. It is not easy and it requires a level of skill. So, of course, how is a writer for Rings of Power going to be able to write a meaningful religious script like a chant to the sea is, the sea is right? They are not going to be able to write anything spiritually meaningful because they have no spirituality in their life whatsoever. And there's like let's see if I can find it. We were just playing Stormblood with Dane, and we got to the part where Soroban blesses you. Okami of the fathomless waters, of the fallen, the ascended, the flowing, and the becalmed, caretakers of the shallows and of the depths, receive of us our meager offerings. Cleanse these ones of earth and stone, and grant them your blessing, that they might drink deep of the divine. In 6 sentences, they did a better job than all of the spiritual would-be mantras that Rings of Power could scrape together in their entire season. They did a Robin Hood thing with a black female MC set in Canada. What? Huh. What are they doing? Robbing Trudeau's house? Did they have a part where the police officer just tells the rich people and the poor people to like not do anything when they get robbed. So anyway, so this is an example here, I think, where this particular scene isn't personally, I don't find it very numinous. I don't find it has a lot of archetypal energy. But you get a sense that this is a ritual, that this is a prayer. And there are some people who are literally unable to write this way because they are so steeped in modernist, like, thinking without any exposure to religion. They can't write religion. They can't write a religious text to save their life. Final Fantasy, of course, does it really well, but there are other writers who cannot do this. Hollywood is full of writers who don't know how to write a religious or sacred text or ritual. Rings of Power had bad writing in general. Yeah, I mean, there were parts of it that were really bad. Some of it, though, like some of the Hobbit, the way the Hobbits talked felt very appropriate, but the rest of it was really, really bad. They steal from the rich to give to themselves because they deserve it. Oh. Yeah. Fate. Yeah, I think I watched a bit of Fate Stay Night. The portal is in the visual novels. So long as you avoid it, this timeline is... Wooly, did you perchance get lost in the Fate series, Wooly? If you say yes, we won't judge you, right? Right, boys and girls? Okay, let's keep listening.
In this sense, if you take it, the 2017 King Arthur Legend of the Sword by Guy Ritchie, I actually kind of like that movie, despite the fact that it bombed. But I understand, I think, why it bombed. And we'll get into why I think it is. The consensus on Metacritic kind of tells the tale. In their summary, they say, quote, piles mounds of modern action flash on an age-old tale and wipes out much of what made it a classic story in the first place, unquote. Now, some of you may be old enough to remember 2004's King Arthur with Clive Owen and a whole host of other famous actors. But many people don't know what I'm talking about when I bring that one up. It bombed hard also. And that approach to the story was to, you guessed it, make it more grounded by stripping away the magical elements or explaining them all away with modern interpretations of what magical elements were about. It seems like a lot of movies have done this formula where, say, Merlin is just some old weird guy who uses tricks instead of real magic. They just eliminate the fairies, Morgan Le Fay. There's no magical creatures. There's no Holy Grail, magic swords, none of that stuff. It's really just kind of like a historical action, medieval action movie, which is fine, I guess, on that level, but it's not King Arthur. Now, there is one exception to this story, and that would, to this, I guess, rant of mine, and that would be John Boorman's flawed movie Excalibur. On a certain level, it has a kind of masterpiece quality to it, I think. And it's really the only King Arthur movie that anyone still really talks about that much. It's not perfect. It does have some ponderous feel to it sometimes, although I kind of like it for that. And I personally didn't care much for the choice to harden it down to like a hard R with the sexual assault scenes. That hits a little bit too close to home for me. And I actually think that kind of stuff takes away from fairy tale and magical stories when it's done to the extremes that it's done there. But generally, though, it gets the magical and the mystical elements right. It's dreamlike, it's tragic, it's got a little glimmer of hope at the end there. And it's got that sort of dark fantasy vibe to it. Now, true fantasy perfection wouldn't come along until 2001 with Peter Jackson's Fellowship of the Ring. But in that case, we're not talking about King Arthur anymore, although Aragorn does have some of that. But tellingly, the magical elements were left in. Actually, I think Peter Jackson could have gone a little bit further because the book actually has more magic in it than the movies do, but that's a different story. In any case, I think and it could be the case too that Jackson was feeling that pressure to make it more grounded and all that kind of stuff. And that's this modern obsession that you see over and over again. And it's been repeated several times. Yes, you had a gritty, grounded Batman story, and that worked, but Batman is Batman, and that's not the same exact thing as fairy tales with magic in them. There isn't any magic in Batman, until there is when you look at the comics, but never mind that. In any case, the problem, I think, is that modern audiences don't really need things to be updated for them when it comes to fantasy. We don't need to do this. Look at this. I mean, look at the terrible performances of some of the recent updated classics, like, say, Snow White. In that case, the fantasy elements, rather than just being presented at face value, like who is the fairest in the land, right, is literally about who is the prettiest person, because that's what the story is actually about. And I've got another video on my channel talking about Snow White and what it's really about. But no, they can't leave well enough alone. They can't leave it at face value. It's got to have some kind of, updated or nuance to it or whatever. And in that movie, they talk about fairest of the land means the most socially just, except when it doesn't, because they establish early on that that's not what it means. And so it's just confused, and it's all done in the service of this idea of, well, we got to update fairest in the land. Well, there's more important things to a person than their beauty. Yeah, no kidding. Everybody knows that. The people that told the story back hundreds and probably even thousands of years ago, versions of the story were told all over the globe, and they all knew this. So are we just looking at people that were storytellers back in ancient times or across cultures and just thinking they're idiots?
Yes, actually. Yeah. There is this weird mythos, and they were pushing back on it at university, was the mythos of eternal progression. So the mythos of evolution. So if we see any inroads made on evolution, it will come from the humanities. Evolution's going to get stabbed in the back by the postmodern critical race theory humanities. But basically, there are lots and lots of people who think that the early folk that lived on the planet a long time ago, and I'm not discussing whether we're literally interpreting the Bible or not here, okay? That's not the point. However you want to believe that humans are on this planet, at some point there was a civilization, right? And these early civilizations, how stupid do you think they were? And I personally think that there is a lot of people out there who are downplaying what ancient civilizations were thinking and doing, because it is in their best interest to pretend that we are ever improving as a species. And so, yes, I do think that there are a lot of people who misread the fairy tales on purpose. There's a lack of good faith going into many of these older pieces of writing, and they literally judge the value of that writing based off of their current modern day values about something. So I remember my one professor from medieval literature, she said that we had to leave our modern preconceptions at the door when we were reading pre-modern, pre-medieval. We were reading Kidman's Hymn. We were reading Piers Plowman. We were reading The Seafarer. We were reading Beowulf in its original Old English. And she was requiring us, and this was back in the early 2000s before everything hit the fan. Back then, there was a modicum of science and actual academic inquiry about the literature field. And she required us to set aside our preconceptions and just look at the context for what it was within that time period. What were people actually thinking and feeling and saying? And the amount of people who were unable to make keep their analysis within a specific framework. The amount of people who were trapped in modern mindset and were unable to respect the writing for what it was. And I'm not talking about illegal writing. I'm not talking about writing that's glorifying the abuse of women and children. We're not talking about that. We're talking about just very old pieces of cultural work, right? And you had people who couldn't even talk about those things because they were so caught up in just making socially relevant commentary on books, they didn't know how to do anything else. They were incapable of doing anything else. So yeah, this whole idea that we are somehow better, more moral, more above it all, which by the way is an illusion, as people probably found out when they discovered how the stuff they're wearing is being made. It's really an illusion. You give people 1 inch, they will absolutely come up to your store and rob it in the name of justice. So it's an illusion of social progress, really. Didn't the hobbits regularly abandon their own? If we're talking about the content of Rings of Power about the hobbits, yes, there's lots of issues. But if we're talking about how the hobbits talked as a group of people, the writing for the hobbits was actually really good. Now, what were the hobbits doing? What was their how was their culture portrayed in Rings of Power? Yes, there's problems there. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how did the hobbits sound? What were the words coming out of their mouths? Much better written. Whoever wrote the hobbits knew how to write hobbits. Now, like I said, what they did with hobbits for the sake of plot and other bullshit, yes, absolute travesty, terrible, blah, blah, blah. But the hobbits themselves were written well. They sound like hobbits when they're talking. Fate, Grand Order, Fate Stay Night, Fate Unlimited, Blade Works, Fate Hollow, oh wow, Fate Zero, Fate Strange, Fate Extra 2, Fate Style. Okay, wow, all right. I discovered the Fate verse in the most wrong right time period of my life. So shortly after leaving rabbinic seminar, the combination of myth, history, rich symbolism, cheap prurient titillation was intoxicating. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I watched 2 to 3 episodes. I think there was like a blonde chick. There was fighting. I don't recall it really pulling me in, but I think I watched a couple seasons. They had to change it because no one would believe Rachel Zegler is not hotter than Gal Gadot. Honestly, this is the funny thing, is they could have had Gal Gadot as the evil witch and just flatten her a bit, and then had a chick with warmth in her eyes and a beautiful spirit, and that would make her fairer. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, really? The fact that they had to change from the fairest of the land tells me that someone is compensating. You know what I mean? Someone's feeling inadequate. The mouse spawn point was in the Moldihe. Like, they weren't wrong, just not entirely the truth. Fairest of them all equals boss girls. Anyway, okay, so far we have been talking about there is this ongoing issue where people are either jamming in their fantasy with unsubtle ideas about their beliefs, or it's too grounded or too deconstructed. Giving her the Lord Farquaad haircut was a bad idea too, especially for her face. Yeah, they should have kept it long.
The people that told the story back hundreds and probably even thousands of years ago, versions of the story were told all over the globe, and they all knew this. So are we just looking at people that were storytellers back in ancient times or across cultures and just thinking they're idiots? Otherwise, why do we need to feel the need to do this kind of thing? Or how about when Hollywood decides to deconstruct a classic story, break it down into its elements and putting it through a reductionistic meat grinder? Take the big bad wolf and make him sympathetic. Tell Beowulf from the point of view of Grendel and make him a misunderstood protagonist. Or how about question the moral validity of killing orcs and ask about Aragorn's tax law, right? George Martin famously said that. Besides giving me a headache from the eye rolling so hard, none of these ideas seem to last more than 5 minutes before they're forgotten about. And my question is, why do modern storytellers feel the need to do this? Especially considering how often it seems to fail, which of
I'm going to be honest. I find, to me, Deconstructed to be the most amusing out of the three. One of my favorite deconstructed stories of Red Riding Hood is Hoodwinked. It was written for children. It's a film. And it is one of the funniest things I've seen out there, up there with Emperor's New Groove, although probably not as quotable. But Hoodwinked was a really interesting deconstructed look at Red Riding Hood. I personally, this is where I'm going to part ways with this bro here. I actually find myself very open to deconstruction. My problem, I think, is where is the spirit of deconstructing coming from? Is it coming from ego, as in, I can do this better? Is it coming from a moral imperative? I need to put something in here to make a point about society. Or is it coming from a place of curiosity and lively derivation? So, for example, Fate Stay Night. If I very vaguely remember Fate Stay, I'd have to look Fate Stay Night, but there were like people from history or from stories in it, if I recall correctly. There have been fantastic deconstructed pieces done in many medium all around. I personally don't have a huge issue with deconstruction. My problem with deconstruction comes from the spirit of the work, right? The spirit of the work behind it. So, for example, in Fate of the Jedi, the last series, Luke is struggling with depression. He is genuinely sad and feeling hopeless because he just came off of a really bad bout where he had to watch his niece kill his nephew. He's lost his wife, killed by his nephew. He's come off of a decade-something long, arduous war with these horrific alien species that has literally turned the galaxy upside down. He's gone through a lot, and now he's being blamed for these young Jedi going crazy. So he's in exile, and he's really beaten down. And so in some senses, you could say that this is taking Luke on a very different journey, separate from the one that we saw him in episode 4. But the difference between the depressed, emotionally struggling Luke of Fate of the Jedi and the depressed, struggling Luke of episode 8 is that the heart of Luke was never lost in Fate of the Jedi. He was still reaching out to his son, trying to teach his son the importance of believing in people, trying to, still instill within his child, his wisdom. And Luke was still Banff. Luke was still very powerful. even if he was old and just feeling really crushed in his spirit. The spirit behind Fate of the Jedi is showing a love of that character and a desire to push that character into a new place where we can see Luke from a different angle, but he's still Luke. The episode 8 Luke is making a social commentary about men and male heroes. And it was bad. It was very bad. And it was a slap in the face. It was also probably creative hubris. I'm going to surprise everybody by making Luke a dick. Yep, you surprised me, all right. So this is what I'm talking about. I'm fine with pushing something into a new zone, into a new space that feels contradictory. But if the spirit behind it is respectful and positive, I'm way more lenient with it. I'm like, yeah, take us there. One of the things I heard was common folk farms in medieval days believed that mice spawned in clumps of moldy hay to encourage proper management of hay stalks. That would be hilarious. Hoodwinked is hilarious. It is. Keith, dang it, Keith, change your name. I know people want to shit on Disney, but they are the only studio this year to have movies hit over $1 billion this year. And that happened to 4 different films. Interesting. I don't know which ones those are, Jonathan. I don't go to the movies much, really. Didn't Tolkien himself retcon his orcs and goblins? One day I'll make a proper video about it, but basically Tolkien is an imperfect creator. And he went through different iterations of orcs and goblins and Uruk-hai and where they all came from. And there still is to this day huge question marks about those creatures. I think asking these questions from a place of academic inquiry and curiosity is totally fine. But I think there are a lot of people who are trying to use it. How can I say this? Who are capitalizing on Tolkien's imperfections as a creative to skew his fundamental beliefs about good and evil. So once again, I think we can have reasonable dialogue about where Tolkien failed as a creative, where he was confused, where he struggled, where he didn't know what he was doing. We can have these dialogue, these discourses about Tolkien. The problem is that much of the dialogue around Tolkien and his issues do not come from a place of respect and come from a place of an axe to grind ideologically. That's the problem about the discussion around Tolkien's orcs and goblins. If you read Lord of the Rings, there's a section in Return of the King where you see behind the scenes, as it were, and you notice that a lot of the orcs are deeply amoral, but they're also kind of normal and have very normal, like, they just are grunts, essentially, right? So a lot of people might read that and go, oh, so there's a morally gray thing going on here. The answer to that is yes and no. And that's what I'm saying is, like, a lot of people have to understand the intention of what Tolkien was intending. And then also consider, did Tolkien fail to live up to his intentions as a writer? And that is where we can have an academic discussion around it. And I think that's very fascinating. The problem is that a lot of these people who are coming out of the woodwork to question the orcs and goblin morality and all of that bullshit is because they are wanting to use Tolkien as a mouthpiece for them to question other types of morality, if that makes sense. or other moral concerns that are modern day. And of course, some of it also comes from this misguided notion that if you decide to make snakes bad in your book, that snakes are bad IRL. It's that kind of unable to cross the streams type of thing. Whoever wrote that Luke had a bad relationship with his or her daddy, you'll have to talk to Rian Johnson about that. Deconstruction can be useful for a genre that has grown stale, so long as it's done with love and skill. I think KOTOR 2 is a good example, but sadly it had no follow-up. Yeah. It was Rian Johnson, yeah. I remember there was a thing about Tolkien because he was Catholic, realized that the orcs he made, since they were capable of speech, must be capable of being redeemed, therefore not truly evil. Yeah. I mean, I think there's even actually in one of his notes, there's a note about Sauron being given a chance, and Sauron does not take the second chance. Once again, in order to parse Tolkien and what Tolkien was struggling with as a creative, you have to understand where he was coming from, what his intentions were, and whether he lived up to all of those intentions. Same thing with the Eagles. I can't get behind the whole let's destroy the fathers of the genre type thing. I feel like understanding them as honestly as possible is where information, useful knowledge lies. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, Epic. If we are wanting to do academic discussion, if we're wanting to do discussion as a creative, right? It is in our best interest to try to approach every text that we're looking at with as much respect as we can to figure out where did this go well and where did it go off the rails. And make no mistake, we could sit all day and discuss whether orcs and goblins have free will and whether they are morally gray or good or evil. But at the end of the day, let's say you are a human who turned a blind eye to the concentration camps next door to your house. Are you good or are you evil? Well, a lot of people would say you're evil. And some people would say, well, you're just being human. You're morally gray. And this is where I think we, like, as a person who's a person of religion, like, I have a belief that God has the ultimate understanding of where that person's heart is. But I definitely think that we can say that sometimes people who are morally gray, perpetually making bad mistakes, are then no longer gray. They're just being evil. So, and the Ring is definitely evil, and Sauron is definitely evil. So whether orcs and goblins are evil or not evil, I think that's a bit of a red herring, because Tolkien still, at the end of the day, believed in ultimately good, evil, and then in between the goods and the evils, in between, there's a whole cast of characters that are gray. Denethor is gray. Boromir is gray to a degree. They change, right? So Denethor goes from being a good character to a gay character to then an extremely compromised character, right? For example. And Boromir goes from being compromised to redeeming himself. So I think Tolkien actually has a wonderful spectrum of gray within his writing. It's just that he also has very strong depictions of purely good and purely evil as well. He has the whole thing. So that's why I really like Tolkien, and that's how I would write my stuff as well. Like if I was going to write epic fantasy, I would have pure evil, pure good, and then there would be a whole range of cast of the relatable people that everyone would relate to that are either going toward goodness or going toward evil, if that makes sense, so that you have a range to work with. You don't want to have everybody being good, and you don't want to have everybody being evil or gray. You want to have like a range to add variety to your writing. That's my personal opinion. But anyway, let's keep going.
Of course, typically winds up with studio executives simply blaming the source material instead of the execution. Oh, well, people aren't interested in King Arthur. No, people aren't interested in the way you're telling it. Because let's be clear, this is a matter of execution. A story like the King Arthur cycle has been around for 1,200 years, plus some change, enthralling new audiences for countless generations. Obviously, that's not the problem. The problem is the way that they're executing it. And I think the main issue is that they are completely missing the point of the fantasy elements. This is something I talk a lot about. It's something that I just got into a recent really interesting discussion with Josh S. on his channel. And there's going to be some links there in the description. But people think fantasy is disposable fluff. This is what they appear to be thinking when they do this. They pat themselves on the back for being so modern and enlightened, and they see the fantasy elements like magic swords or the blood of Christ or fairies and elves and the Holy Grail and all that kind of stuff as backwards, regressive, irrational, or unscientific or whatever it is. Or maybe they see them as dependent on an outdated worldview, but what they don't see is that they're caught up in their own worldview. And the problem with deconstruction and making everything relative to some ironically presented alternative worldview is that it is ultimately disconnected from life itself, honestly. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean...
Well, and that's the ultimate... double speak, double think, double standard that a lot of these people have. They'll say, well, it's just a game, it's just a story, but then proceed to use that game and that story as their soapbox, which means that this is more than just a game, more than just a story for them. So when people push back and say, hey, I don't want this in my game or in my story, they're like, what are you talking about? It's just a game, it's just a story. Well, then why did you put it in there? It's very disingenuous. And the same thing is when they're like, oh, it's you know, this is terrible messaging. Then they proceed to put in their own messaging. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe not everybody agrees with your messaging? Maybe if you don't want to see other people's messaging in your entertainment, maybe you shouldn't be putting your own in. This is my issue, right? There's a lot of I grew up with people who were extremely scornful of Christian entertainment because they saw it as poor quality and highly preachy and highly cringe. And yet something comes out that has like, I don't know, some sort of diversity thing or some sort of representation thing or some sort of social messaging. Suddenly it's okay. Suddenly it's not cringy. Suddenly it's totally fine. What are you talking about? Why are you upset? Why do you not like this? Well, you wouldn't like to see some Christian messaging in your films. You would start freaking out if somebody made a pro-life statement in a film. So why should we want to see your stance? Honestly. and personally, like I said, I watch progressive stuff. I watch not as much conservative stuff, I'm going to be honest, but like I've watched a lot of progressive stuff, and sometimes it gets so heavy-handed, it's destroying the fantasy of the moment. Like, what are we doing here? And then you have the gall to tell me that you don't want to have this other messaging in there because it's not safe or because it's something you don't agree with, but then you're going to shove yours onto everybody else? I just think it's a double standard. And I think I think some people literally lack the ability to admit that there is a double standard. They are lying to themselves and they will lie to you. Denethor is great insofar as he goes from being somebody who is power hungry to making a severe error, messing with something he had no business messing with, ego, holding on to what he should not have held on to, causing him to compromise sufficiently enough to put his entire city in peril, and nearly killed his son by burning them alive. I think Denethor is messed up. He goes from being a good person to being a bad person, period. He literally was at one point, he's like, I think there was a whole line where he was like, oh, we're going to, oh man, I'll double check it. But yeah. Yeah, it's the wanting space for your own beliefs without giving any space for those who are different. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is what I'm talking about. The gray action would be for me, the gray moment for Denethor would be the parts where we haven't yet, we haven't technically seen it on the page. But for example, when he is, his attitudes and his position with the seat of the steward, and I don't think that his pride and his desire to give his sons, how can I say this? What makes Denethor gray for me is not any specific stance that he takes. It's the ping-ponging between the two positions. I'll have to read the book. I definitely know in the film they let him realize that he's cutting the tree that he's standing on, so to speak. But I'd have to reread the book because I'm not so sure that the book allows Denethor a moment to return to sanity. But I will double check. We can double check that. I'd have to pull out my books though, because I don't think I have offhand. Does he have a moment where he's like, "Oh shit, what have I done?" Well, he definitely lost his mind, yeah, but trying to see. Let's see if I can find an excerpt. Denethor dies by his own hands in despair, saying, "But soon all shall be burned. The West has failed. It shall all go up in a great fire." I have the book. I'm just trying to find. Oh, Party's helping me.
I'm actually so curious if he actually does that.
We're checking.
I just don't know when he dies. Is it in 2?
It's the attack on the
Black
attack. According to this,
healing?
it says page 192. Okay. And I'm not sure. Like, why are people giving page numbers without telling which edition it is?
No, this is when the head of Sauron comes out.
So it would be before the head of Sauron. It would be during the attack on Gondor when Rohan comes.
Okay, so it'd be more at the beginning. Rise of Rohirrim, Siege of Gondor. Okay, here it is. So he sends it for him.
I don't know if you guys can hear Party, but let me know if you can.
What? This is where he's telling him. He's trying to find Gandalf. Grond, Lord of the Nazgul, and then it goes to Ride of the Rohirrim.
Is Denethor still alive? Because then it would be after the Ride of the Rohirrim. The Rohirrim have to be at the walls.
Try to look for Pippin again.
The Pelennor. That sounds about right.
Theoden. Mary. Fighting. Okay, Gandalf and Pippin. Okay.
She might have found it, folks.
Say this madness. Can you put that back up? It just was brighter. They're talking. There's madness. But as he did so, Faramir moaned and called on his father in his dream. Denethor started as one waking from a trance, and the flame died in his eyes, and he wept, and he said, "Do not take my son from me. He calls for me." He calls to Gandalf, but you cannot come to him yet, for you must seek healing on the threshold of death, and maybe find it not. Whereas your part is to go out to the battle of your city, where maybe death awaits you. This you know in your heart. And then Denethor gets black belt, basically. He's like, well, we're all gonna die. Oh, no, he doesn't, because he pulls out the... Tries to kill him.
Nope. I think
he
they
basically just kills himself.
Yeah.
On purpose.
Yeah. Tolkien does not give him a happy ending.
I would say he's great.
The gripe I have with those types is they preach open-minded thinking, yet seem more close-minded to their ideals being challenged. Yes. Denethor's weakness was his ambition and pride. He deemed himself strong enough to view the Palantir, and Sauron used it to warp his mind. Yes. Absolutely. He was black-pilled. Essentially, Denethor is black-pilled, and then he goes crazy. The claim of being open-minded is not a declaration being willing to consider new, controversial, disturbing ideas. I do agree that today, when people say that they're open-minded, it usually means I'm willing to break moral laws. When I use the word being open-minded, I'm talking about allowing yourself to be challenged. I think it was Gandalf that rebuked him, that reminding him he was just a steward and that Denethor belonged to his king. It's also part of the reason why Denethor had such a... we just reviewed the chapter, folks. Denethor basically does not have a moment where he's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't burn my son to death. He eventually just, like, Gandalf manages to pull Faramir off the pyre, and only Denethor burns. Denethor has a momentary moment of humanity where he's like, my son is sick. He needs the best care. He's not going to get it. My life is over. I'm done. It's also part of the reason why Denethor had such a low view of Faramir to a degree. Yeah, I do think the films did a fantastic job of showing the dynamics between the three men. But I think they softened Denethor a little bit. Saruman also fell victim to pride and ambition. He deemed himself an equal to Sauron, even in ring making. Well, and that's where I'm saying is when we talk about Grey, or at least when we talk a lot about Grey, so we have good over here, and then we have, wow. Well, yeah, let's put evil on a slope. Yeah, why not, right? So then we have this in-between period here where we call Grey. Now, in my opinion, this is a little people, how can I say this? I personally don't believe that you live in a gray zone. That's my personal belief. I think you're either making decisions that are for the good that are going this way, or you're making decisions for evil that are going that way. And unfortunately, being what we are, I think in the space of a day, we can bounce between the two. And because we're bouncing between the two, this is where we get the law of averages, and that's why we talk about a person being gray. We have someone like, for example, Gandalf, who edges more towards just being good, for example. And we have someone like Sauron, who is clearly just evil. And the reason why I put Gandalf almost good is because although he is an angel, he sometimes is impatient. Some people might say that lack of patience is a flaw. So there's that. Do it as you will. But generally speaking, Gandalf is closer up here, right? And for example, a lot of people who love Lord of the Rings will put Galadriel further up. I actually don't think Galadriel is further up. I think Galadriel kind of goes down here because she had to face a choice. Now, did she make the right choice? Yes. But for a long time, I think she was also bouncing in the middle. So when we talk about being gray, I think we're not saying that your actions are gray. We're saying that you move from good to evil, and you can be capable of making both of those choices even within the same hour, if not minutes right after each other. That's where the gray happens. That's how the gray happens. It's not that your choices themselves are gray. It is that your constant movement between these 2 points makes you extremely, well, for lack of a better term, unstable. But in my opinion, for example, in Tolkien, Aragorn is over here. Most of the hobbits are over here, right? But you have Frodo, who is constantly, oh, I'm going to destroy the ring. Oh, I'm not going to destroy the ring. And technically, Frodo fails, technically, at the very end. So you have this constant bouncing between moral success and moral failure. And because this bouncing exists, that's what makes these characters human. A lot of people fixate on Sauron and Gandalf as being like the only things that have a moral center. But in my opinion, all of the characters have a moral center. They're all bouncing between these moral centers because they are not like a one and done angel or demon. They're capable of making multiple good actions in a day and multiple bad actions in a day. No, he's misunderstood and bangs Galadriel on a raft. I don't recall him banging Galadriel. When did Sauron have sex with Galadriel on a raft? Sauron, Then we have Sauron, who's definitely Team Dark Lord. I'm Haldir, not Sauron. They'll never suspect me with this wig on. Yeah, that's to me what I'm talking about when I'm talking about being morally gray. That's what I'm talking about. The ability to bounce between. So in the case of Denethor just went down one way. Wormtongue, down one way. Saruman, down one way. But then we have people like, for example, Boromir, who went up. Not all the way, but he went up, right? We have... Who's another person? Well, I don't even know where Smeagol ends up. Let's not talk about that. But that I think you should get an idea here of the gray, like how gray exists. Yeah. A rock is always looking down and therefore sinks. You know, logic. Yeah.
That those fantasy elements are there because they actually connect to lived experience on a certain level. All right, and I'll get into what I mean by that. But not seeing that they remove them, or they play around with it so much that it just becomes kind of a gimmicky abstract exercise in shuffling concepts around.
I agree. I do think that deconstruction can get gimmicky. I do agree with that. Like I said, I'm not averse to deconstruction if it's done out of a spirit of curiosity or interest or love even. But when it comes from a spirit of, I just want to do something new, I'm trend chasing, I think that's where like it gets very hollow.
And so detaching the imagery and the story elements from their human flesh and blood reality. Stories last for centuries, not because they're nifty and whiz-bang, it's because they reconnect those realities. This might seem counterintuitive for someone to say that fantasy elements connect more with reality, but this is exactly how it works when it's done right. And this is exactly the...
Because it's not an external reality. That's why bros who are so focused on immersion are missing the point of what a good story is. A good story is immersive because it is true in the spirit, in your spirit. When you watch it, it is true. Insofar as if it is written with a truth that is universally known and accepted, generally speaking, if it's fairly well written, there will be an element of it that will be compelling and interesting. And you don't even have to be a fantastic writer to make this happen. But if you are touching on something that most people are grappling with, or most people find kind of true or uplifting or challenging even sometimes, but something that is pertinent to within themselves, I think that's where something actually is relevant, actually has a realism, because it's not giving you pat answers. It's not saying join the revolution. It's not saying this is the only way. It is suggesting one of many ways, perhaps, to finding truth or finding whatever it is that you're seeking subconsciously. And that's why those stories are revisited, because they can mean many different things to many different people across time. The story of Cinderella matters to girls because it's about the fantasy of rising up and ascending, of transforming, and of finding love and security as well. The reason why it has stayed with us for so long is because that is a truth within every human heart, and particularly young girls' hearts. And so that's why Cinderella has been around all these years. And so you can deconstruct Cinderella to your heart's content, but the true story that the girls want to see is the story of Cinderella. So you can deconstruct Cinderella all you want, but you're not going to get the money of the women who just want Cinderella. You can be saying something meaningful with Snow White, but if Snow White doesn't have all of the characteristics that made Snow White beloved for centuries upon centuries upon centuries, then It doesn't matter how true what you're saying is. It will have no interest to the people who might be coming in to see it. So, yeah.
Dream logic that works to make these stories so memorable. And I say dream logic because that's the thinking process that is going on when we hear a story like this. It taps into that same primordial level that the mind uses to generate dream narratives as symbolic representations of our current emotional issues. And that's the trick. The fantasy elements are actually symbols when it's done right. They are symbols of our inner emotional truths. The Grail, it's a symbol of humanity's longing for connection with the divine, or even if you're not spiritual, for the whole, for the universe, for the system, for the earth. To be in any way, in some shape or form, to be part of something larger than oneself. Excalibur, it's a symbol of sovereignty, or maybe being chosen by powers greater than oneself to rise above one's self-doubts, to become what you truly have the potential to be within. It's a symbol of being called to a higher purpose. It's a beautiful and elegant symbol of that, actually. And it embodies things that you really can't even just explain. There's a whole ineffable quality of symbols. And
this guy is like talking what I love to talk about. So he called it ineffable. Ineffable means like you can't really put it into words. And I felt this before. It's not an emotion, but it's similar to an emotion. It feels aesthetic and it feels spiritual. If you've played Final Fantasy XIV and you're mature and your brain is turned on and you understand things about life, I think you will have felt it in Final Fantasy XIV. There are stories where you will feel it, or even some films where you will feel it. And I feel it a lot when I watch the Lord of the Rings films. Because even though Lord of the Rings, the films, are imperfect, they are able to latch into that ineffable moment. Like that moment, we rewatched Fellowship of the Ring during the Christmas holidays. And the moment where Sam and Frodo hear singing and they go and they hide in the bushes and they watch the elves pass by and they're singing, that is an ineffable moment. And we can talk about what that means and we can try to discuss what that is, but that is an example of an ineffable moment. And sometimes when we meet these things in books or what we're consuming, we might not understand what they are. And sometimes if you're limited or you haven't developed your taste or you're immature or you're psychologically not ready or you're spiritually closed, you will not feel those things. You'll feel nothing. But that doesn't mean that it isn't there and that you couldn't feel it if you could eventually feel it one day if you developed a taste for it, if you understood what it is, or if you sought it. You woke up thirsty for it, so to speak. So, yeah. I think he is completely correct about how so much of fantasy is about something greater. And there's a level of it that is completely subconscious. I have a dictionary on mythology, and in the beginning of it, he talked about how when he went to see one of the Lord of the Rings, the theater had this aura. The theater room had this aura of hushed expectation and longing. And as the film progressed, he began to realize that they were all sitting together in basically what is like a church. And they were all experiencing something that could be very similar to what was a spiritual experience. That is what storytelling was in some occasions, not all occasions. Some occasions were like this. And so a lot of people want this fantasy not just because it has some answers to their real world issues, not because it contains a code to the universe, but because it provides a spiritual experience that's going to keep them healthy, potentially healthy. Obviously, I don't think any written work can achieve this quite like the Bible. But once again, you have tons of people who read the Bible and walk away thinking it's just a silly story or it's just a story. Their minds and their hearts are like the Sahara. They don't understand what is there. It's like they're colorblind to a degree. Fantasy is kind of like a drop, is like a feeling, is a similar feeling to that. But it obviously, if you're a Christian, you'll know what I mean when I say it's not quite the same, but it's very similar. Yeah.
No amount of explaining and reducing and deconstructing can get at it, because of the fact that imagery is more ancient than language. It's emotional, it's immediate, and it's primal. Elves, magical creatures, those represent humankind's connection to nature, to non-human animal world, and the mysterious ways in which nature interacts with us, both on the outside in terms of like dark forests, or maybe healing, psychological balancing effects that natural environments can have, but also from the inside. Those things that emerge unbidden from our own minds in dreams or visions or insights, sudden bursts of emotion, seemingly from somewhere else than our ego consciousness. So the issue is that there's really no way to avoid this. There's no amount of pseudo-scientific mumbo-jumbo, psychobabble, or paragraphs of explaining that can substitute for the fantasy elements in these stories. Now, I plan on discussing this a little bit more in the future, but this element right here, what I'm talking about, is why the original Star Wars movie had such a huge impact on modern society. It wasn't the special effects. It wasn't even the hero's journey plot line. It wasn't the sci-fi whiz-bang stuff that was in it. It seemed as though that's what it was on the surface, and yet when studios cranked out half a dozen or more of the, well, not a half a dozen, more like 5 dozen movies that were trying to cash in on that whole formula, none of them landed. None of them made the impact. And it's because they didn't contain an element of the magical or the fantastical within them. They didn't have the force. And without the force, Star Wars would have been forgotten about in a decade, I think. Now, King Arthur's stories aren't going anywhere.
I also think it's not the hero's journey itself, but the archetypes of Star Wars: A New Hope is super solid, like very solid, tried and true. You watch Star Wars: A New Hope and you know you're watching something that's doing more than what it seems. And I do think Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi are all in the same bracket there, where you recognize this is hokey. There were problems. There are issues. There are questions. Is it hyper realistic? Maybe not. Is it psychologically always making sense? Possibly not. Are we getting into the nitty gritty of the daily life of a young man in space? Not really. But that's not the point. And so that's why I think Star Wars, for example, lasted longer in terms of cultural weight than many other shows. I think Star Trek did stick around as well, because even though it does lack numinous experiences, it does offer, especially particularly with Star Trek, well, not just the original series, but also the second one with Picard. What's it called? Star Trek Enterprise? Star Trek Deep Space Nine? Star Trek... I keep forgetting. Star Trek Voyager. No, I think it's... Trying to remember. Star Trek The Next Generation? I think so. Yeah. It's because like the writing for that was deeply philosophical. So I feel like that kind of show had some staying power because it's dealing with the philosophy that interested modern audiences for a long time. So yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Almost done.
Hollywood keeps trying to cash in on this, but even after huge flops, the story will resurface again in a few years. It might even take a few decades, but it'll come back. Stories like this really can't die. It's survived 1,200 years already. So it'll come, maybe 100 years from now, that somebody will come back to this and go, hey, let's try to do another one of these. Let's really do it right. And if they do, I hope they listen to this advice that I'm going to give on how to do it. I think if you're going to do King Arthur, you need to go all in on the fantasy elements. Bring in the quest for the Holy Grail. Include all the fantasy stuff. Excalibur, giants, Morgan Le Fay, fairies like Nimue, Merlin, spells, monsters, magical castles, all of that stuff. Bring it all in there. Tell it the way that the old stories were told too. The execution needs to be part whimsy, but part one-half deadly seriousness. The same that you see in myths told in indigenous societies or throughout history. Using all the symbolism that's dreamlike and emotionally affecting in the way that is really very difficult to describe. Would you show up for that? Or would you prefer to have a movie tell these stories, but with all the fantasy elements explained so that it becomes grounded and gritty and with the, problematic elements subverted and all the characters morally gray and updated and complex, and make it for a modern audience and relevant by including a bunch of stuff about modern political discourse? Which one of those movies would you show up for? Yeah.
I also think there's too much talking. Too much talking. Oh, good night, Epic. Rest well. Good luck with work. Second generation Star Trek offered a positive and optimistic vision for the future, which was resonant at the time. Yeah, Wooly. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and it was also more thoughtful, right? Like whether you agree with Roddenberry or not, and his philosophies that were clearly very much evident in The Next Generation, I think it still is like meaty, and you could stop and disagree, but at least there's something to really get your teeth into. It feels like the challenges placed are meaningful, and it's not like straw manning the opposition necessarily. I don't know. It feels a bit more meaty than what we sometimes get these days. But I will say, last thing, if I was going to get really specific, with like the Spro here, I would say that if you want to make fantasy have that ephemeral, numinous type of archetypal energy, you're going to have scenes where people are not talking. Let the music do some of the heavy lifting. Act through the body and the eyes, not just the words. Get a writer who knows how to write religious writings and sacred texts so that the rituals and sacred writing doesn't sound like some phoned in AI slop. And I also think that people should probably have an older form of speaking. If you're really wanting to elevate it into high fantasy, you should probably have somebody who knows how to add weight to writing so that you don't have modern euphemisms or modern pacing or jokiness all the time. I'm sure I'm certain that medieval and pre-medieval people loved a good laugh just as much as we did. We know that, right? Like, just look at Chaucer. But if you're trying to create a moment that is meaningful, I think it is really important to let the characters have weight without just... I think that's another thing. The whole nitty gritty, realistic, gray writing is actually lazy attempts at making something meaningful because of the tension that is created. So once again, don't rely on certain tropes to make something work or make something meaningful. So Party and I were watching Dark. We are enjoying it, but one of the criticisms we have for the show is it's one of those air quote grounded shows with deep psychology and morally gray people doing all sorts of shit. And some of them actually just become really bad as well. But one of the serious issues that we had with the writing is the writers really rely on people not communicating with each other, honestly. And sometimes it's understandable, but sometimes it feels very contrived. So, yeah. Better camera work too? Yes. Roddenberry and co. also had the virtue of not being precious about their characters, letting them be criticized by other people in the universe. Yes, you are correct, Willie. Less cuts to people, but more wider, continuous camera pans. Absolutely, Foxy. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So you remember, I don't know, Foxy S. Duck, if you watched my Rings of Power review, one of my huge issues with Rings of Power review is the camera was always focused on the people's faces to the point where it became comical. The scene in Lord of the Rings, Aragorn's group running along the mountains, chasing with just music, that was epic. Oh my gosh. The behind the scenes for that, oh my lord. Oh. So when they did the chasing sequence with Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, the stunt double for Gimli had a wrecked knee. Orlando Bloom had fallen off his horse the day before and cracked a rib. And Aragorn's actor, Viggo Mortensen, had kicked a helmet and broken his toe in the process of kicking the helmet. So Viggo Mortensen had a broken toe. Orlando Bloom had a cracked / slightly broken rib. And the stunt double for Gimli, who had to do the running because it had to make Gimli look shorter than the others, he had a wrecked knee. And so there's this whole behind the scenes. Oh, man. What would it be? Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli running behind the scenes. I don't know if anyone has seen this behind the scenes. Let's see this.
Since the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy really focused on trying to film everything with real actors and as little effects as possible, it also meant that the actors had to do a lot of running. All the kind of panning shots of Legolas, Gimli, and Aragorn running across the plains of Rohan hunting the Uruk-hai were all filmed from a helicopter, and the real actors actually had to do running.
They would come down, leave us there, and fly away, and leave a radio with us, you know, and I'd stick it in the bushes or whatever, and we'd be there, and then they'd say, okay, run, don't fall down.
Now, the reason why they said don't fall down is because all three of them were like in severe pain as they were running.
Day after day after day of running in various different environments, and while the helicopters were hovering above them.
We were kind of running across this terrain, and I remember we had like a bag of sweets, and we just kept eating sweets for the sugar rush.
Luckily for John Rhys-Davies, they obviously had to use his scale double Brett here, meaning that it was Orlando, Viggo, and Brett who did most of the running in these scenes.
And we'd just start running down this hill, and then you'd hear action, and you'd hear this sound of a helicopter somewhere, and we'd be running, and all of a sudden this helicopter would just come over the hill, and it'd be right on us, but then you're running and you feel it, and they'd come and fly around us, and then we'd do a couple of them, and then they might land and say, we've got that, let's go fly somewhere else.
If you're interested in more behind the scenes...
So the reason why they said don't fall down is because they were all injured while they were doing the running for that scene. So, yeah, best ever. The scene with them lighting the beacons, also, we need to watch those after we finish the movies. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And by the way, if anyone was really disappointed about The Hobbit, the behind-the-scenes Hobbit is peak. I love the behind-the-scenes The Hobbit. Better than the films, dare I say. But even the Hobbit films to me are loads better than what we're getting these days, which is saying quite a lot, sadly. But anyway, yeah. Okay, so I did 3 short videos today. I kind of cheated, but yeah, and it is 12 a.m. So I'm going to start signing off. Did anyone have anything else they wanted to say or shout out or give feedback on or ask about? Any questions, any comments, anything from anybody? Whoop. 3 videos. Yes. Go me. Go us, really. It's a good start to the year. Let's not hold out hope. I didn't derail. Everyone failed to send the Strummer on a tangent. There was only a couple tangents and I kept them in check. But this is the first of many more streams, so no doubt I shall derail in the future. There are a few videos in the queue that will eat up an entire stream. Yeah, I'm scared of those, Wooly. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really scared. Too busy playing Metaphor. Okay. Yes, Ben failed us, everybody. Ben failed to derail me. Yeah, Wooly, I saw some that you recommended and Simp recommended, and I was like, oh boy. Oh boy. Foxy has to go back to playing E33. Yep. My AI slop game. Yeah, such slop. Such slopification was not their intention. So next week, hopefully, we'll have another stream. I'm going to get 7.4. I'm going to put up a 7.4 stream. I'm not sure. It might be Tuesday. We'll see. I'll talk with my MS curator about when he is free, and we'll do the Final Fantasy XIV 7.4. We'll do that MSQ journey together on stream. And I've started recording the scripts for my Dawntrail review, but don't get excited. I now have to find footage that I want to play. I might just kind of, I'm sorry guys, I might just kind of like phone in a bit of the footage and just use some of my stream footage and then just have me talking over it. I don't know. I just feel like at this point most people just want my thoughts and won't really care if the footage is kind of shitty. I hope. So yeah. Like Sloppy, like you haven't been crafting, puts down blacksmith tools. No. Rest well, Wooly. Goodbye, Leo. Patch time. Yes, patch time. 700 dex pots for raid this week. Are you a Kryl hater? Am I a Kryl hater? No. Am I a Kryl lover? No. I am neither. I'm very neutral about Kryl. Like I'll talk about Kryl in my Dawntrail review for sure. But basically the TLDR is I'm ready to like Kryl, but she is by no means my favorite character. There are many Lalas I like over Kryl. Yeah. Oh. Interesting. Okay. I'm not a Kryl hater. I'm ready to see more Kryl lore. If that's what we're getting, that's what we're getting. I'm not averse. In fact, I welcome it because that's what we need to have at this point, right? So I'm okay with that. It's just yeah, it just not my favorite character. But we all know that I'm unreasonably biased in this regard. Make the review a yap session with gameplay as a playholder. Oh yeah, Wooly. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think that's what I'm going to do, Wooly. Let's all be real here. I feel at this stage that I just have to commit and just do it. So I did the recording for 2. I got to slap some footage in there and then call it a day. Maybe one day in the future I'll be able to like do proper video cuts and like cool shit. But right now at this point in time, I need to work on my perfectionism problem that is in my closet and totally does not exist at all. And I just need to like put my woman panties on and just make the fucking review. Kral isn't a strong character and pretty much not built up well this expansion. Yeah, I'm gonna talk a bit about Kral. What I'm gonna say is going to surprise some people, I think, because I'm not gonna necessarily say what people think I'm going to say. But I will say this: that Kral as a character can definitely progress, and there is a bit of a flaw with Kral right now, and it has nothing whatsoever to do with Dawntrail. It starts with the earliest conception of Kral. Unfortunately. Dawntrail highlighted it in an unfortunate way, and post Dawntrail may not be able to fix it. I think Kral is carried by her VA. Let's just say, oh man, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but I'm just going to say it this way, okay? When you're a writer and you have a strong set of main characters, your secondary characters and your tertiary characters are going to sometimes suffer, right? And that's not always a bad thing, because your readers can only invest so much, right? Before they get like laden on. But a really good writer is able to give the illusion that the second and tertiary characters have their own lives outside of whatever is going on with the story. And the unfortunate part with Kral is that she has done a fantastic job as a secondary character. But unlike the rest of the other Scions, there has been hitherto not much of a flaw for Kral. So what journey is Kral going to go on? The closest thing would be the fact that she feels powerless, and she's already rectifying it by becoming a Pictomancer. So my issue is that Kral is going nowhere, and this is not a Dawntrail problem. This began at the beginning, right? At the beginning, people were like, Alphino is a Redditor, Alisaie is too lone wolf and lippy, Y'shtola is a bit of a low-key bitch, Minfilia is a bit too naive and maybe idealistic. We have Thancred, who's a fuckboy. We have Urianger, who's lying to people all the time. We have all of these characters with problems, right? All of these characters with problems. All of those characters start figuring shit out. Kral, when she's introduced to us, has almost no evident problem. So that's where I'm saying Kral is suffering from secondary character issues, where some writers, when they write their secondary characters, they forget to build in a flaw. And currently, I think the flaw that they're trying to go for Kral is that she doesn't feel strong enough. She feels like she's not pulling her fair weight. But that's silly, because she's been pulling her fair weight since day one. She's already been doing a good job for what she is. She's simply not been in combat. So this is this is what I'm saying is there's a mistaken notion around Cryle and what is the problem with Cryle. And a lot of people are like, oh, we needed more Cryle. Yes, we need more Cryle, but only if it's the right amount of what we need for Cryle. We can have more and more endless scenes with Cryle in it, but if Cryle's going nowhere, if she has no evident flaw, no character problem to deal with, if she's some sort of... Like, she could be put up like Aymeric and just, like, she's a good soul who's just doing the right thing. That's fine. But if you're going to make her front and center, particularly for these kinds of narratives, she has to have a clear issue that she needs to overcome. And her finding the truth out about her parents is, in my humble opinion, not compelling enough. Sorry. And it's not entirely a Dawntrail problem. It's not presented well. Yeah, there's tons of lore around Cryle. Just like there's tons of lore around lots of characters. Cryle is attached to so much lore. It's mind-boggling how we have not yet seen one negative character flaw for Cryle. I wonder if I should be listening. Good question. I don't think I said anything too bad. But I'm just saying is... Yeah, anyway. So, my issue with some people's criticisms about Cryle and Dawntrail is that they have not considered the story as a whole. They just went off the cuff and were like, oh, there's not enough Cryle. Well, if we had more Cryle, would that make Cryle even better? And my answer is, I wonder, maybe not. Because so far, hitherto, we have not seen anything. So, nothing that wasn't said in promo material. Yeah. She has not completed 7.0, but we're getting Party through there. We got Party to the land of cats and honey, to the beautiful, handsome land where Chieko went absolutely nuts, and Koa had to live in constant mental psychic torment as Chieko swiftly sped through the population of single cat people in a certain zone. She gave me the impression of a mother-like figure. Absolutely, Wooly. Once again, I have no problem with Cryle as a secondary character. She has that zing. I don't know if anyone here remembers, but she has this zing when you meet her. She definitely has like an ant vibe where she's definitely, cutting Alfie down to size. She's got a little bit of a zippity lip on her. She's also very thoughtful, caring, loyal, and also extreme, like filled with common sense, right? We're working through Stormblood right now. Cryle and Stormblood so far, right? Lots of common sense. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to help with the healing. There's nothing technically wrong with Cryle. She's meeting standards for a secondary character. But if we want to move her to a character that's going to go on a journey, there has to be some sort of movement. And I think the movement that they're trying to go for is I'm going to feel like I'm more in control of my past and my present and my future, yada yada. I just don't know if that's enough. So, I have no beef with Cryle as a character, insofar as I think she's fine for what she is. But I think there were a lot of people who were like, oh, if we get more scenes, then, she's going to go on this story. And I think that there's a lack of friction for that character right now. Sensible, motherly woman? Yeah. Nothing wrong with going with a sensible, motherly woman archetype. Nothing wrong with that. But if you're going to make that front and center for a story, there has to be friction for that character to overcome. So what friction is a sensible motherly woman going to have? What friction are you going to give her that she has to work through it, with or without the help of people? And I just don't think giving her more scenes or more time is just the answer. It's what kind of time, like what are you doing in the time that you're giving her? And that, therein lies the issue. That's just me. I'm just saying it. Yeah. She needs children to watch over. Yeah, something. Yeah, Wooly, this is where perhaps it would have been more interesting to have seen Kryl working on a day-to-day basis with the students of Baldesion, and she gets actual people to work with in Baldesion besides Redacted. And yeah, so like it would have been better to have seen her in another side instance with a Eureka-like zone related to the Baldesion, like where we can see her growing into more responsibility and more, nurturing, raising, and disciplining. And maybe her friction is the students who aren't getting with the program, who are testing her patience, who are driving her crazy, which all mothers have those feelings. All good aunts have those feelings of like, OMG, what have I done? But yeah, had an idea. Discord. Okay. Let's see. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Ben. That there has to be some friction, and there's almost no friction for Kryl. There's friction for a lot of the other Scions. There's no friction in Kryl's life right now that I have seen, and therein lies an issue. Did Dawntrail fix that problem? No. But was that problem present previous to Dawntrail? And is it Dawntrail's fault that Kryl, yada, yada, yada? And the answer is, I don't think it's entirely Dawntrail's fault. I think this is a long-time issue with Kryl as a secondary character. Would fit your fantasy of Warrior of Light becoming a leader and teacher for fresh adventurers? Absolutely, Wooly. Like I said, you and I, we're bro-fisting on this, Wooly. She can't reach the top shelf. That's tough enough. Yeah, they could talk about size. I mean, Elidibus. Anyway, we're not going to go into that. Koa just start. Party is telling chat. Party told chat that when Chieko and Koa went into the redacted zone, Koa just started drinking more. Yeah. This explains why Koa's voice changed. But anyway, I'm looking forward to sharing my thoughts with you. And I will be, I have personally committed, it's not a New Year's resolution, but it is on my to-do list, is to try to get Dawntrail review done. And just, I might put a pause on some other creative stuff I've been working on and just do that. Are you actually, though? Doesn't seem like, shut the fuck up, Herzog. Anyway, I'm gonna go and stop talking and just chill. But I shall see everyone later, and hopefully, you will see me all. You will all see me on YouTube posting videos in the near future. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for the tangent. No, that's fine, Foxy. You got your tangent in, so it's all good. But thanks, everybody, for coming. I really appreciate everybody's presence, and I'll see everybody potentially next week, unless... Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Bye.